Welcome on in, everyone, to Let's Get On With It Live. My name is Grimith, and we are here tonight with the dealer's choice for this month. And the month, at least my last broadcast of the month, I've been picking a game from ongoing series and taking it out for a spin on my own terms, in my own time. Well, ends up being your time as well. This is the last scheduled broadcast for May. As a matter of fact, this is the last scheduled broadcast, period. I have warned on several occasions that starting in June, I am shifting back to how I used to be, at least for June and July, where I will do some broadcasting next month, and I'm going to have a poll on my Discord server for you to pick, like, what games you'd like to see from it, but times are not going to be listed. They're not going to be comfy in this time slot. You'll get limited notice. And the hours I go live, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see where the road takes us. Here, I wanted to broadcast Divinity Dragon Commander, perhaps for the last time, to give the game a last hurrah. We last broadcasted this back on May 5th, and that was a short broadcast. Divinity Dragon Commander has won 3 viewer polls, but after that viewer poll, most interest in the game dwindled. And by dwindled, I mean zeroed out. As people reported that, they were good. They had seen what they needed to see with the video game experience. As it has been a few weeks since I have booted up the game, I can't say that I've got a firm grasp of the mechanics. Combine that with the fact that I haven't played the game that much. I'm going to be rusty coming back into this. What I will note, though, is that we are going to keep the reality from the end of Stream 3. Rather, I should say, we're keeping that reality. And that includes the circumstances that ended Stream 3. the final circumstances, anyway, that ended Stream 3. There were a number of occurrences. Before I load the save, though, I want to pop up something that happened to me in my testing to load in the pre-stream. And it was this. Shamans cannot defend themselves, so don't leave them undefended. A reminder that the shaman unit is entirely defenseless, is effectively a civilian unit, has 0 military power at all, should fold at a moment's notice by anything capable of inflicting any amount of damage to it, if only they could be attacked. Okay, so it's turn 30. We have more than 2 cards, contrary to what the top left corner wants to tell all of us. Some of them are completely useless, others not so much. We have an empire with 5 non-human species, and we have approval ratings for each of them, which factor into, well, faction decision availability, auto-resolve, luck boost, and country support. The dwarves aren't so delighted by me. The elves, the imps, the lizards, and the undead all are to varying degrees. We've got gold and research points on hand. There have been many casualties in this war of succession. I've gotten plenty of dragon kills. There have been some battles lost, including the last one, which I had to forfeit. I checked the user manual to see if there was some means by which the outcome of last stream's end could have been avoided, and my solution that I got from the user manual was I should have just clicked auto-resolve. Because I would have been more likely to win that battle than end up in a perpetual stalemate that I have to forfeit. We have a number of political decisions that we have enacted. There was a referendum on republicanism that the lizards wanted to push. There was also a formation of unions that the elves wanted to push. By and large, my stance is, bro, I may not even fucking win this war, and you want me to commit to these elements that I don't really know whether I'm going to have the power or authority to enforce, given that even though I might be the Dragon Emperor, we're apparently going to be deleting all technology after the war's over? I don't know. There's a lot of wild, disparate ideas. We'll get to chatting with these fuckers in this political sim later. Let's review the strategic map. So, we have this sea here. This is our headquarters, our capital. Orca. And we got some troop station here. This also serves as a reminder for me. Again, I have not booted up this game in, like, well over 3 weeks. No, I just wanted to click out of the game window. I did not want to click enter. Noted. We have an island over here. We have some naval supremacy. We used to have more, but recent events fucked that over. Seriously, being able to bring mercenary ground units, they're amphibious, Grimith, into a naval battle that I then can't do anything about. We have 3 opponents on this map. Sabile, we have Carthan, and we have Faran. I have taken control of a good swath of the territory here. I have locked Blue to their capital and 1 other island, which I haven't been in a rush to take because the dwarves don't much care for me, so I don't get a whole lot of value out of it. They do have a war factory there, but Blue's troops are here, and they recently lost a good chunk of them because they attempted a naval invasion, and I just crushed that in the Northern Ocean. Yeah, I have focused my units together to make pushes on Yellow, because Yellow broke the truce that was in my head. Never mind that this is a complete free-for-all. Yellow's capital is right here. And Yellow has taken it a lot from Green. Though Yellow has been giving back to Green, too. Notably, I am concerned about the 6 units of armor that are stationed here in the capital, combined with the 7 troopers and the 6 hunters. That really just isn't a thing that I want to deal with. I feel like if I do get attacked here, that I will send the dragon there to see that manually. Let's move this stuff here and this stuff here while I'm thinking about it. And if transports come from behind and execute naval invasion, so be it. Speaking of which, it looks like I was also pushing to maybe do a naval invasion here. Again, frowning over my the losses I incurred that I have chosen not to load from. Great, so I just created a scenario and continue to bitch about. We'll put a pin in that. Over here, Green's capital is here. They have 5 Devastators, which are really powerful, and 5 Grenadiers and 9 units of armor and 16 Hunters and 7 Troopers. And that's not a thing I can deal with. If Green ever, like, came this direction, I would have one hell of a fight on my hands. That's really why I've chosen not to get involved in this line at all, because Green and Yellow seem to be content, and I just kind of want to let them go after each other instead of taking on both of them. As a matter of fact, I might even retreat from here. More on that. I don't think I will this turn. We'll see how terrible it goes. So I probably build more units here. I probably do the naval invasion here. Welcome on and welcome in. And this situation, we have an ironclad here by the looks of things. That'll have to be good enough. That'll have to be good enough. Okay. Well, that's a review of the neat board game. But before I make the rest of my moves, let's come over here to the bridge. There's a newspaper that flickered past at turn end, and we can't access that right now, but you don't want to read that. I saw it again in the pre-stream. Just pretend it said a bunch of sensationalist gobbledygook, all right? We'll move on. What you got to say?
I've been meaning to thank you, Commander, for acting upon Catherine's request. My new wedges please me in more ways than one. She has a knack for such issues, and though she's rather bellicose in expressing them, I hope you'll heed them all the same.
So, in evening out wages between our men and women generals, we also apparently covered the ambassadors aboard our warship. So Prospera, the lizard ambassador, the representative, is now receiving equal pay. And so Prospera is delighted by that.
By the seven, such heresy that hellcat of a Catherine spouts. Championing the right of our women to vote is sacrilege, pure and simple. They'd beat her and put her behind bars where I come from.
Go ahead and crack open this drink. I'm gonna need the energy. Thanks, Yorick. So glad of you to join us tonight. All right, to the bar.
There's no more expensive a commodity than a woman, Commander. And now you've increased their salaries as well. My stomach turns when I eye the royal coffers empty at such a rate.
Last turn definitely didn't cover this, at least from what I remember last turn. Our decision to increase women's salaries happened a number of turns back, but is just now taken into effect, at least story-wise. Mechanics-wise, the costs of hiring Catherine and Scarlet increased after I made the decision.
Catherine be damned. Give her a finger, and she'll take the whole hand. Well, I got a finger to give her. God's darn it.
We get to hop again once more into our cardboard cutouts of people, where every character is in a theater play, and they're chewing the scenery and embellishing so that everyone in the theater and the amphitheater, wherever the fuck you are, can get what's going on. I've talked about it a number of times. My feelings on that.
I must admit you settled that last engagement rather decisively, Commander. Death follows where the dragon drives.
I suppose we're not talking about the manual engagement that I was forced to abandon the battle for, which caused my ships to just sink into the ocean and be lost forever because they couldn't hit the amphibious shamans floating over the water that are completely helpless and defenseless. Whereas I've already removed that image from my OBS overlay. No, bring that back. Bring that back. Definitely not better. Absolutely not better.
To be in the thick of battle. With you calling the shots, it's a joyride rather than a jeopardy.
I forgot about the barmaid. That's a treat, I guess.
Just a little while ago, Commander, you broke a lance for women aboard this ship. And now I need you to break another of a far more serious, shocking, and I fear resilient kind. I'm talking of an injustice that could only have gone by unhindered in a land under the greasy thumb of a man as oblivious to the plight of his mothers, sisters, and lovers as the worm is to the vast world around it. It is my fondest hope that you shall prove to be a worm, not a worm, by uprooting one of the many, but perhaps most glaring crimes against womankind that is institutionalized among the undead. A blight upon Rivellon, That is their ill-called civilization. Led by old farts, dry of bone and dry of spirit, that say females must be subservient because the Divines decree it so.
So, Catherine was a former queen of a matriarchal society. The queendom fell upon hard times, and so she is in our service as a general. She certainly does have the arrogance and over-elocution, I'll call it. She is over-elaborative, incredibly loquacious. Needlessly so, much like me.
Rot. They put whatever words will secure their pathetic hold to despotic hegemony in the Seven's mouths. But the vote, Commander, can change everything. Undead women can be candidates for government, but they themselves aren't allowed to vote, and therefore never get elected. You, then, shall either undo this gross travesty, this ignominious perversion, or by refusal admit you two are nothing but a barren weed, afraid to be plucked, ridiculed, and cast aside by willful women, just like those skeletal cowards.
So, Divinity Dragon Commander allows you to not pick in most decisions, but the game auto-picks. In the case of, like, ministerial things, my understanding is that it will just pick whichever, like, the most ministers vote for. I don't know about these choices at all. It's not like I've done any labbing or research on that front. But we could just say, I'll talk to you later, and then just never re-engage with the situation. We've got, you know, part political simulator, a part tactical war game, part real-time strategy, part you can be a fucking dragon in the real-time strategy. So Catherine is asserting that we have the executive authority as a hopeful dragon emperor to rule that undead women are allowed to vote. That the undead women's suffrage will exist, damn it, despite what the Seven may say. And despite how the undead men holding power there, I suppose, feel about that. So we can say Yorick will scream bloody murder, but his people are perpetuating an injustice that must be addressed. The women will have the vote. I'm sorry, Catherine, dear, but I'm not changing age-old undead traditions just because you disapprove of them. I'll talk to you later. You know what, chat room? I'm willing to take a poll on this one. The last time Catherine asked about women's pay, I took a poll, and now I understand why the vote stuff is coming up. Now it makes sense why Prospera and Yorick and the Dwarf Man brought it up. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Let's poll here. How are we feeling? You get 1, you get 2. And, I mean, you don't need to... You're not paying for additional votes here. You get 1 minute. 1 is, Yorick will scream bloody murder, but his people are perpetuating injustice and must be addressed. The women will have the vote. 2 is, I'm sorry, Catherine, dear, but I'm not changing age-old undead traditions just because you disapprove of them. See, we can have viewer democracy here. It's not the first time we've had it. I polled the viewers at the time when Catherine brought up equal pay, and equal pay won by a very narrow margin. I, of course, also had a poll on which bride we would have, and allowed channel points to be spent on a dowry. We ended up with the Lizard Bride, who apparently still remains the Chief Justice of the Lizard Supreme Court, and we are perhaps expected to weigh in on the decisions that come before her. But of course, it's like, who knows? Anyway, looks like 1 wins here.
The least one can do for them. Better late than never, wouldn't you say, Commander?
Suffragette City achievement. She's all right. Okay. Very good, chat room. How you doing, bud?
Tell you about the dreams I had, my lord, or had you rather we move right on to business?
Yeah, Gromio.
Be my
Business. We have plenty of research points. None of them improve my economy. They improve my units. They allow me to unlock new units. Which sounds great. We could have Zeppelin mustard gas, among so many other things. We played a genocide card earlier in the playthrough. Good times. These juggernauts also seem that they're weak against air units. Noted. Why don't we just unlock these juggernauts? I have researched a master unit and have received an achievement. But we can have juggernauts having imp fighters to assist in battle so long as we have the recruits. Which would mean that we'd need to be on a map where we could have recruits. I could have done some stuff here, but I mean, I got stuff. I got things. I got abilities. It's cool.
Dear me, I could do with a nap. To contend with demons drains the mind as much as it endangers it.
Yeah. By the way, let's go talk to Corvus briefly. Hey, bud.
Ah, dear dragon, it is you. The wizard, he subjects me to endless torture, and not the kind I like.
So Corvus is the airship? Imprisoned within the airship, powering the airship, has incredible understandings of war technologies, and has been feeding them for free to the imp master engineer in the imp's dreams, because the imp is going to do what Corvus wants the imp to do, and Corvus is fully on board with that. But Corvus, otherwise, is a demon who wants to make deals, who wants blood and the nourishment of pain and woe. But our master wizard, who wants to destroy all technology after we become emperor for realsies, has lashed Corvus and leashed him and chained him up. So Corvus is desperate to, have a taste of blood and doom and despair, and is really looking for us to make a deal. Now, I've not made a deal with Corvus at all, and I may never, but we're going to keep that as a threat. Okay, back to the board, where some crimes have occurred. We've moved a few pieces. Let's get on with moving the rest. There is a naval invasion I would like to execute. We've got the transport there. We've got a hunter and armor, and we got 2 imp fighters here. And we'll see what happens on that island. Potentially. Potentially not. These forces are going to remain here to act as an absolutely fucking not. Yeah. This over here needs to happen. So let's do that. Come on over. Let's load up our transports. I'm not going to leave anything behind on this island. It's going to be overkill here. Let's secure this. Or attempt to, and we'll see what happens. Ideally, we resolve this shit and keep it moving. That leaves me with my 46 space bucks to spend. I could attempt to mount a naval invasion of this. I'm not like, strongly motivated to do that. Can't say I care one way or the other. There are so many other things I'm caring about right now. I think this force is going to be sufficient for what I want to do here, at least for now. I'm more concerned about trying to hold these things. I need to look at... This place I can do this is here. Armor is here. You're weak against air units as well as troopers. That's right. I remember a battle last stream. Yeah, armor does struggle against troopers. Air units. What about Devastators? Devastators were here? They are also weak against air units. Okay. Let's buy units here. I'm going to look to build 3 more Imp Fighters. I really like these Imp Fighters. I don't have any cards to play, and I think over here... I already have 7 Imp Fighters here. Maybe slow down on that. Perhaps 2 Devastators? And a Shaman to spend my remaining gold. Alright. Basically just trying to make this a bulwark. And next turn we'll funnel over the fighters over here and continue to make this a bulwark. I don't think I'm pushing anymore. The land. I would like to have these islands. And then maybe, I don't know. We'll have a chat with Carthan. I haven't decided yet. What I will decide, though, is the end of this turn. We'll, excuse me. We'll say end turn 30. We'll call this T30 end. Cool. Yeah, May 5th was our last stream of this. Let's end the turn. Yeah, most of these are combat cards. It'd be nice to have, like, a speed function to slow down or speed up what the hell happens during their turns, instead of just having a combat log to refer to, which can be difficult to read. Okay, we have 2 battles that are beginning playing out, and we're involved in both of them. We'll head to this one first. We have a 100% chance success. They have a 10% chance success. Good. Good. I have no spare money to pay wages for anyone, but I'm going to trust that's 100. They have an armor and a transport. We have the goods, and I think I want to look at the... I mean, am I really going to be needed in that other fight? I've made this mistake before. But also, I don't think I'm going to be needed in this fight. I don't think I need to dust off any general. Put myself in debt. My transport looked like it destroyed the armor? Sure. Great. Wonderful. We win. No losses. That island's ours. And then this. We are going to have to fight out to let the auto-resolve handle this, but I figure the Imp Fighters will kill the bomber balloons. How about cards? What do I got cards-wise? Anything interesting? My Imp Fighters move 50% faster. Doesn't look like that's going to change the auto-resolve. Alright. Let's have a look at this field of battle. Alright, let's get to it. The Ironclads will not be able to help against the bomber balloons. I will not be able to summon my dragon to this fight. Because we won't have the recruits to do so. Regrettable, as that's something that could have solved the end of last stream, too. Okay, slow down the game, please, because it was on fastest.
I need a target, quickly! They're toast! Take their land, take their fortune!
Dwarfs on a ship. Who would have thought?
At your service.
Where is the port in Port Side, sire?
Let's have a look at this action. Get them in, fighters. Air supremacy, baby. Let's go.
If the machine dies, the imp dies!
Bomber balloons are airborne, Commander.
They're toast!
Uh-huh.
Take their land, take their fortune! Get ready to be impressed, my lord!
Now you may slay this one. Notably, the imp fighters can, like, block each other's fire, just like the naval units can by the looks of things.
Yes.
Throwing the Iron Curtain.
What are your orders, my lord?
Let's actually pull you kids back now.
Victory, my lord. I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
Where can I take you?
Yes.
Yas.
What's brewing? Solid gold.
Every move is a step closer to
Let's speed the game back up now.
the lord.
Dwarfs on a ship. Who would have thought?
Every move is a step closer to victory, my lord.
Blistering armor.
Now, as we all know, our ironclads cannot shoot ground units.
As you pay, we've got
There was a battle we had earlier in this campaign where a trooper was landed on some shitty island, and I needed it to blow up on my ironclads in order to win.
Look, my lord, no hands. Whoa! I need a
All right.
target, quickly.
A pair of hunters.
Get ready to be impressed, my lord.
Let's see if I'm going to be impressed.
Faster, faster. I want to go faster. Look, my lord, no hands. Whoa! Another kill on the counter. Standing by, impatiently.
Hell, I might lose this.
Point me at something that can go boom.
God damn it. That's not how I wanted to select
Point me at
things.
something that can go boom. I need a target.
You know, trying to split up damage here.
I want to go faster.
A little bit of micro. A little bit of sloppy micro. Alright. Good news, I fucking won. Hooray! I also could have landed my units from the transports on that island too, or attempted to. But that worked out. Get out of here. It's my island. Undead women allowed to vote. Emperor sweeps aside centuries of sacred tradition. Undead are a little frustrated by that. Anyone who may have liked that, though, like the lizards, were already capped out anyway, right? By popular demand, Emperor authorizes production of own action figure. Caught in the act, Emperor blatantly copies enemy juggernaut design. Population wonders where all this money is coming from. We've got a sabotage units card on for transports. And we've got a combat card for warlocks. Alright. Let's save this as T31 start.
A bold move, Commander, to give undead women the vote, but an inspired one as well. To be pulled from behind the cooking fires and cast into the maelstrom of office will be daunting for them, but I have every faith they'll do all right.
How dare you, Commander, to interfere with the will of the gods? Now it is women, emotional, irrational, vain, who will decide upon matters of state. We'll be a laughingstock, downtrodden by the Seven. All because of you.
Right. So, anyway.
You fight with
The battle is lost and won, Commander. Victory and defeat make for incestuous lovers after the undead elections. The women triumphed, swept aside their toothless tyrants, wielding the brooms they were forced to sweep the floors with. Alas, that they do so very little with what they have been given, being as slavishly devoted to the divines as their earthly enslavers before them.
Victory and defeat make for incestuous lovers after the undead elections? I've never heard of there being like pros and cons, benefits and drawbacks, two sides of the same coin quite like that. Thanks, Catherine. Okay, so apparently we said women could vote, and that was enough for there to immediately be elections, and apparently women are in office and in control, I guess?
But who knows? Change may yet come, and if it does, you will have been its instigator.
Our victory was...
We gave them a good lick.
All right. Yeah, good licking, so on and so forth. Etc., etc., etc. Let's make our units better, since we end up in situations where I don't even get to use the dragon anyway. There's a passive ability for the Juggernaut to increase their attack range by 25%. That sounds cool. I could use more passives. I could use some auto-casting as well. It's a shame that wasn't put into the game, because there are plenty of real-time strategy games that came out before this one with auto-casting features and functionality. Like, I have to be the one who, siege mode for the Devastators? How does that look? That looks fucking sick. Will I use it? Maybe it helps in the auto-resolve. Hopefully the commanders know how to use it. Let's go to the throne room.
Commander, you are well aware it is the Imp's great destiny to create the biggest and baddest explosion ever. One that can reshape our world. And I'll have you know we are getting closer to its realization. Our scientists have discovered the location of what they suspect is a metallic element of such formidable combustibility. At first they thought they were having one of those very special dreams. We want to mine it, of course. But the thing is, it can only be found beneath a couple of dilapidated elven graves. Oberon's making a fuss, but you'll allow us to dig, won't you?
Sir, I need you to read this again for me. Will you allow the imps to uproot an ancient burial place in the name of science? Read it again.
Commander, you are well aware it is the Imp's great destiny to create the biggest and baddest explosion ever. One that can reshape our world. And I'll have you know we are getting closer to its realization. Our scientists have discovered the location of what they suspect is a metallic element of such formidable combustibility. At first they thought they were having one of those very special dreams. We want to mine it, of course, but the thing is, it can only be found beneath a couple of dilapidated elven graves. Oberon's making a fuss, but you'll allow us to dig, won't you?
I mean, maybe? I might. This has to be something. This has to be a special thing for them, because I got them high enough. Yeah, next faction decision, it's not showing there. So this is a faction decision for them. I have rejected everyone's faction decision up to this point. I mean, listen, I tell people a lot to be wary of scientists and be wary of wizards. We've seen examples in this very game about being wary of scientists and wizards for the crazy shit they do. Just look at our fucking warship and Corvus, the chained elder war destruction technology demon. But also, at my heart, I am a necromancer, right? And this could very well be in my wheelhouse. Let's hear everyone else's thoughts on the matter, yeah?
To upset the remains of the dead where they lay is a grievous outrage, Commander, for they may yet be blessed by the Seven and be reborn into the perpetuity of the bone. Let no imp undo this holy destiny that may yet come to pass.
So Yorick presents an argument like, hey bro, like, if these imps fuck around with the properly buried people, they may not be blessed by the Seven and be reborn into the perpetuity of the bone. You know, thus becoming undead. I mean, they have undead kindergartens. What the fuck are you doing right now, Yorick? Will you quit being a cardboard cutout while I'm trying to present your case? All right, Oberon.
A couple of dilapidated graves. We are talking about the fields of Evergreen, the most ancient, sacred, and beauteous of elven burial grounds. You cannot possibly allow Trinculo and his cronies to desecrate these hallowed plots.
Okay, Oberon presenting a very compelling, this is incredibly disrespectful to us argument. Like, this is our heritage, our birthright. For what? For what? Yeah. Understandable argument from Oberon.
I could create acre upon acre of perfect golden barley, where right now 1,000 imps are left to rot in shallow graves. But you don't see me going around demanding Trinculo's kin to uproot its forefathers for the sake of perfect golden ale. At least, not yet.
The Dwarven ambassador is saying that even he has the good fucking sense not to suggest something like this in the name of commerce and industry. And if he has the good fucking sense, then you better be fucking sure that it's imposed upon the imps.
Rather than argue for or against the deconsecrating of Oberon's ancestors, I'd like to ask you to consider whether it would be wise at all to encourage the creation of the biggest and baddest explosion ever. Me, I don't think it is.
This is the weakest argument. This is easily the weakest argument. As a matter of fact, I think this is a vote in favor of the imps. So it's like 3-2, basically. Okay. So... Here's the problem I have, right? This sounds like it's gonna up research. And I don't need that for anything, right? In the name of science? Why? To up my research points? Why? My dragon can only have so many abilities every combat. And I'm not that many turns away from maxing out all the shit my units can do. The game has not conveyed to me a reason for why I would want more research points. Now, maybe this unlocks some other cool abilities. Maybe I get cards, right? And, you know, we might have like a further event decision chain. But also, it's kind of like, I'm just not seeing it. Now, the flip side, of course, is as we know from how this video game works, if we are going to get bonus research from saying yes, then we're going to lose research points for saying no. Because keeping the status quo will be no, as we've learned earlier on in the playthrough with other things, where choosing not to add additional taxes just lowered our income. I've shot down everyone else's pitch here. I think the Elven, I think this Imp one has been the strongest pitch thus far of the faction decisions. And I'm still gonna say no. Just not feeling it.
But, great destiny. Big explosion. So close. Oh, why do you have to be such a spoilsport, Commander? Who cares about evergreen fields when you could have ever greater fireworks?
And I got an achievement for this. Good. Oh, great destiny. Big explosion. What do you have to be a spoilsport? You just didn't make a compelling enough argument even with Prospera on your side, basically.
By protecting these dead remains, you are quite possibly saving many a life, Commander. If ever they rise from their slumber, it is you they shall thank for it.
Bless you, Commander. Tampering with deceased forebears is never a good idea. The blades of ghosts cut deep, and such wounds never heal.
Also, notably, I don't think imp explosives are going to effectively harm all the ghosts that may come after them.
Skulking around graveyards is a ghoul's business, Commander, not an imp's. Let them dig elsewhere, at the bottom of the ocean, for all I care.
The imps also could have suggested digging around in some other place than ancient elven burial sites.
I realize an explosive device like the world has never seen might be a tempting prize for a warlord such as yourself. But what would be its merit if after its use there is no world anymore to conquer?
Again, weakest argument. Weakest argument. Anyway. That happened. We'll just call this a turn 31 end save here, though I have yet to look at the game board. Let's do that now. Gotta be more methodical about my saving. For documentation purposes, I guess. So, what the fuck happened that turn? I made my shit. Carthan made 2 grenadiers in his capital. Sabeel made a bunch of transports in Wakefield. Perhaps to do... Yeah, another naval invasion. We saw Sabeel do a naval invasion over here. It's possible there could be a crackback against me on that front. Don't know. Farhan researched a number of things and built more troops in Lucidia, his capital, their capital, whatever. We have these transports moving out here. We were not able to do the landing I wanted to do because we had to have a naval engagement. Excuse me, I'd like to do this now. If you'd be so kind. Cool. I think you all got those 2 troopers. Let's move you there. And let's move you 2 here and try to catch these transports out in the open. Some interception. Great. Wonderful. You. Move those. I mean, it's just the 2 transports. I know they have, like, gun shoots, but I also have ironclads. Even if they play more cards, that should be fine. Let's move these imp fighters here to... You know, act as this. Okay. What am I going to do with this group here? It's a reasonable question. This island is not worth much. It doesn't have a structure on it. But we can build structures, and I have not gone through and built structures at all. Like, we've never pulled cards that could do those things, but I've also just in general never built a structure at all. And maybe I should actually look into doing something like that. It could be of use. I can't put them where structures already are, though, notably. So something I want to do, we don't have like a convenient like drop-down sheet here for stats of places. I'm looking at the income of these sites. Understandably, income is going to adjust up further for the dwarves, because their favorability is going to go up with me more after my ruling in favor of, well, and against the imps. But that already has a war factory. That already has a war factory. So I'm getting the impression, I mean, I guess I could do it like here. Like, I would spend 10 gold to multiply that revenue by 100%. I get paid more the more they like me. It'd be a few turns before it paid itself off. Alternatively, I could invest my money instead in cards. War Factory costing 75 gold. I could also just say nuts to it and get more units, which I do like the idea of. Okay. Here's what's going to happen. Transport. It's going to take you too many turns to relocate in a way I would like. I think if I want to do an invasion here just to grab this, I would make a separate force. I think I would leave this transport here with the armor and hunter. I think so. I'm also thinking about moving them here. And I think what I'll do is send the imp fighters this way to help against this region. Yeah, we've lost plenty of forces as I have been learning in this playthrough, and I've just kept it going and moving forward. But we seem to be in an alright position despite that. I could say those transports can't move this round. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to say this matters enough to try and take. But I don't want to move this stuff to do it. Let's move here. With you two. I think I'll just leave that there. There could be another invasion of that island. They can travel, like, through this stuff to reach these spaces. And here, I am going to... I could sell the building. No. Let's get a transport. For 7 gold. I think I'm going to get 2 hunters. Yeah, I'm going to get 2 hunters. Particularly with the upgrades I have on hunters. Let's grab 2 hunters. There we go. That'll be my invasion force of that combined with the 2 imp fighters, and maybe I'll have to show up there myself. If I see an ironclad come out of there, I guess I'm going to have to address that situation too. Alright, back to over here. This place is an income of 5. I could make an argument for... That's 3 Grimith, not 5. Plenty of science. I just don't see a need to build academies. These things only cost 10 gold. Like, the perspective for a valuable card. Maybe I'll just build a parliament somewhere. Yeah. Do I want to trust the parliament to the imps? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. The elves, you know what? Elven Parliament right here. Let's invest in that. You know, I actually built a building. How about that? Let's go. The dream would be Sabine moves these units out from here. And then we do things. You know, things. As one does. Let's get 3 warlocks. Alright. And this force remains here to keep this shit locked down. It's a lot, but I want to make sure that Carthan remains starved and trapped there. Fucker. Okay. Let's go. There go the transports. I had thought about leaving the M-fighters floating over there. They didn't. That's okay. If I lose that territory, that's not a huge deal. It's gonna be a tough ask for this this one trooper representation to save Christmas. First off, this island. I think you got that. Yeah, you got that. Next up, this. And this one's looking pretty sketchy. Understandably so. We have an entrenchment bonus. I'm definitely coming here myself. Those are just troopers as well. You have troopers, you have grenadiers, and the transports. So none of my cards that buff or debuff will make a specific thing happen. I can make it so that I can produce units during one combat round. I don't think that does a whole lot for me. It doesn't look like it sells cards. I've already got this Aura Restoration, I think. So we're going to say no to anything, and I'll just show up myself. And we'll see if I can scam this battle. Yeah, I have Aura Restoration. And we can only take so many abilities in with us. That's my set of them. I've got a Roar, I've got a Target Area, I've got an Acid Blaze, and a bunch of passives. Okay. I'm gonna slow down the game again, so I can process what the fuck is happening here.
Anything for the Empire. The grave be their destiny.
Cool.
Is that a tree? Well, not anymore.
I need to go take some shit, and also need to build a battle forge here.
We'll crush them one leg at a time. The grave be their destiny.
We're basically looking to stall out here until I can get my dragon on the board, because my dragon's going to be a real game changer.
We're out of recruits, Commander.
I can see that being a problem. Yeah, I need 20 for that.
In progress. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir. I see you've selected a building.
Thank you for the tutorial. As if I have not already been tutorialed enough.
The Emperor shows us the way.
Okay, 2 grenadiers coming over this way.
I will stand until my last breath.
Let's say no to going that way then.
Pay me in blood. We'll crush them one leg at a time. Battle forge completed.
Okay, give me some warlocks.
We'll be built in a jiffy. We need more recruits, Commander.
I do need more recruits, I agree.
Construction in progress. We're out of recruits, Commander. The Emperor shows us the way. The Emperor shows us the way. We'll crush them one leg at a time. Is that a tree?
The reason why I'm being cautious on this one is because, like, I was outnumbered coming into this fight.
There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir. Watch out. Enemy troopers can self-destruct now.
Yay! Alright, let's speed this up.
Recruitment citadel completed. Is that a tree? Well, not anymore. Anything for the Empire. Anti-ground turret completed. Pay me in blood. Yes. I will stand until my last breath. Pay me in blood.
Just a bunch of anti-air turrets.
Anti-ground turret completed. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Anything for the Empire. You rang? Troopers
Looks like they're going that way.
Trooper ready to march. Is that a tree? Well, not anymore. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir. Warlock ready.
Okay.
Walking beer keg reporting for duty.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
Ah, shit.
Not enough recruits to turn into a dragon, Commander.
I spent too many of my recruits there. There we go. It's been a while since I've been a fucking dragon. Do I remember my controls?
Is my enemy.
Walking beer keg reporting for duty.
Instead of just trying to capture that, let's annihilate that. I am a jetpack dragon. I do have a cooldown on this attack. I do not remember my keys so well to quickly select my arrow factories and what have you. Control settings. Dragon combat. Combat phase. Select battle forges. What? Help? Help? What the? The game unpaused while I was still in the menu. Good. Good.
Unit will soon be ready.
Good.
Your unit will soon be ready.
Good.
Enemy shamans can shield their allies. Better take them out before they can do
Alright. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Alright.
No man can stop us!
I'll be the last thing they see. Reinforcements requested.
Fucking anti-air over there. Here, stay next to my healers here. Cool. I'm glad for their transports. I got a boogie back.
The Emperor shows us the way.
Holy shit, those shots track. Good God. Help.
Just in case. Enemy warlocks can cloak now, Commander.
I need to look at control settings again. Okay, it's Z.
Don't want them popping up behind
Hit the game unpaused again. Okay.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Ready to follow you, even into death.
All oiled up and ready to go?
Yeah, I definitely feel the danger of that anti-air. That's for fucking sure.
There's no I in T. There is a me in there somewhere, though.
We're fine. This is fine.
Awaiting orders. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will soon be ready.
All right.
We'll crush them one.
Yeah, though we've certainly had enough research to claim all those abilities, Ariyaru. All right, that was fun. That was a showcase of what the dragon can do for you. And what the dragon can't do for you. Their transport, one of them survived apparently in the confrontation. I didn't immediately go after them to shoot them down. And our trooper, still standing. All this other shit of theirs, gone. Failed invasion. Over here, I can't show up. You can only you can only be there personally for one fight a turn. Didn't look like I needed to be, though. Done and dusted. Imp scientist opposed by Emperor. Miracle weapon could have won us the war. Undead women rise to power. Chaos feared in undead lands. Emperor mismanaging troops. Soldiers told to be pillaging and raping as if still in dark ages. Great. Joy. The population of my empire increases by 2. My research points total per turn will decrease by 1%. 1 per though. Oh no. How will I get the techs I want to get? Minus 1%? Bro, I don't even have 100 research points a turn. I don't even have 50. Minus 1%. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Whatever. What a punishment. Okay, so we've got a meeting with the Queen today by the looks of things. Though we don't have to. We can just go to the strategy map. We had already maxed out our favorability with lizards, so gaining more of them, obviously, we couldn't do. But everyone else did go up by 10%. The imps dropped by 10%. All because we barred imps from uprooting an ancient burial place in the name of science. Yeah, we can see here. It's a shame, you know, the cap's at 100%, but understandable. Understandable. Yeah, each country's research point revenue is adjusted by -1%. Okay. What's going on at the bar?
Damn those undead. Bunch of ungrateful wretches. Dwarven banks boost their pathetic economy. And what is the thanks we get? Accusations of theft and deceit. Instead of shooting off their mouths, they better crawl back in their coffins and hold the tongues they lack.
Commander, I have furnished your wife with a letter that touches upon very delicate matters, and I would appreciate it greatly should you two shine your light on the subject. Now, I don't dispute that Lady Camilla is the judge and that the responsibility is hers, but she's also just a woman, and they tend to be so capricious.
Another battle lost and...
Under my rule, you'd be given the Cross of Bravery for that last action, Commander. Well done.
This is our Queen's quarters. We're allowed in here in certain turns when there's an event. There's, our wife, Camilla, our bride, who was not terribly enthused, being on the meat market, as it were, and very firmly asserted that, she had other interests, but something, she had to be there, and, well, she won the Twitch poll. There she is. Incredibly prominent student scholar of law. In her room. Spent some time looking around. You know, a whole lot of blood theming here in this room. I've just thrown that out there. Obviously couldn't be an imp tangled. The imp princess died. In transit. As has been covered in the story.
Sorry, I didn't notice you there. I'm catching up on my correspondence. This letter Yorick sent me makes for an interesting read. Seems the undead are formally accusing the dwarves of invading their sovereignty by means of a subtle but nefarious scheme. After opening banks in what was supposed to be a bid to stimulate local economy in undead provinces, dwarven bankers have been lending many undead enough money to buy land and houses, only to exponentially increase the interest rates afterwards. The unfortunate homeowners can no longer pay their mortgages, are evicted, and their lands and properties go to the bank. It would seem the dwarves have been playing this trick on a very large scale, effectively stripping the undead of large pieces of territory, hence the latter's claim of a breach of sovereignty. Yorick's plea is a simple one. He wants me to condemn this scheme as illegal. From the looks of it, though, it's all above board, if one negates the moral angle.
Okay, so I'm gonna trust that my wife here did the research. And that we're not just going off of the sole report of the unreliable narrator Yorick. So, dwarven bankers are lending money to undead farmers and so forth. And they're changing the interest rates after the loans are already executed, I guess. And then the undead get fucked over and the dwarven bankers take their land. So it seems to me the dwarves haven't done anything wrong, technically speaking. The undead are so easily duped, on their heads be it. The moral angle tends to become a blind spot when Falstaff and the likes catch a whiff of gold. This may lead to violence, and I don't want a civil war on my hands. You know, as it turns out, this might be the one I'm the least ambivalent about. The other things I've just been like, I don't fucking know. I'm trying to win a war. You're the law lady. You fucking figure it out. Here's my choice agreeing with you. That's what the law says. Here I'm kind of like, I might actually weigh in on this one. From the looks of it, though, it's all above board if one negates the moral angle. Yeah, the moral angle tends to become a blind spot when Falstaff and the likes catch a whiff of gold. This may lead to violence, and I don't want a civil war on my hands.
So you're ever so subtly implying you'd like me to put a stop to their knavish enterprise, hmm? You know what? I'll do it. Just like that. Oh, the things I do for love. Please give me a little bit more time. I'm crying over here. There were so many outcomes to clicking that, and I had in my head from what she would give me. And the one Larian Studios provided, it's just, I had never fathomed it. Simply ineffable. I don't even know how I would have begun to fathom it. I don't know whether this is a good video game or just a painful game that's interesting and compelling at times, but also deeply frustrating. But it does have that compelling bit going for it. And that compelling bit is, what the fuck? You know, in addition to being like genre bending that it does. Look, I'm doing you a favor, but don't let it go to your head. Passion makes a fool of us all once in a while.
I was hoping that I could get the last bit again. Oh, the things I do in the name for love. But I got something different. Which means that I could have gotten little bits of fanciful blurb for the other decisions that I was just like, yeah, whatever, I guess that's what the law says. I'm staying out of this. Fine. I got a war to win. Bye. You know, it amuses me, you know, again, like, I'm the Dragon Emperor, she's Chief Justice Lady of indeterminate power and repute, who has incredible influence over the laws of the land, I guess, and her hands with long phalanges also phase through her hourglass waist. Don't worry about it. And is just so, like, about carnal matters. I mean, she was like, go take a mistress, and so about romantic pursuits that she might, I don't know whether she's being sincere, Like, passion makes a fool of us all once in a while. I don't know. I'm fine not knowing. This is funny. Yeah, this is the first time that attention has really been drawn here, I'd say. We haven't spent that much time with the wife. Well, goodbye. Oh my god, I'm so glad I broadcasted this tonight. No matter what dumb fuckery happens that might blow up this stream later. And I don't just mean the heavy thunderstorming outside, I mean some terrible game-ending, like, unredeemable nonsense, like the game unpausing even though I was menuing and couldn't see shit. Because I try to press escape, but it doesn't close the options menu in front of me, but it unpauses the game behind that. That right there, that was... I'm glad I saw that. God, am I glad I saw that. God, was that dumb. You know what? That might have saved her from Corvus. I haven't decided yet. But I hadn't decided I was going to do anything involving Corvus yet, so, you know. We'll see. Give me... Ironclad on guard. That sounds pretty fun. Get some point defense. And why don't you grab this Death from Above ability that I probably won't use because I didn't do a good job of using the Warlock abilities in the last map, or the Shaman abilities. Because they don't auto-cast and I'm busy being a dragon, because I'm really good at it being a dragon. It's almost like that was the thing I was born to do, and then someone fucking put a jetpack on me. As one does. Okay, so looking back at the log, which also includes the stuff that happened during the combat, Carthen built a Devastator, bringing the total up there to 4. Sybil got more transport action going. Ron got that going. Notably, they do have research as they go through, too, so the longer the mission goes, you know, the more powerful they may very well become. Yeah. Yeah. That doesn't get you out there for the turn. I want to make sure I keep these imp fighters here to protect this transport. They'll see me coming, though. I mean, that's fine. We rebuffed this attack, thanks to the power of being a dragon. That was fun. Let's move 2 imp fighters out here to the open ocean. Yay, Imanovi. Hell yeah. 27 months. Big Twitch will appreciate that money from you. I know I do. Yum, 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 yum. Alright, now that I overkilled this landing. I want to keep anything here. Kinda. I kinda do. It's not worth much. Like, it's only worth a paltry sum of gold, like the research, neat. But also, I think I will keep one there, even though I didn't keep one there. Just in case I end up having to take a battle here. Yeah, that makes sense. You just drop the 2 armor there. And we'll go from there. I think you are gonna haul these here. And disgorge them. You're going to stick with the transport, I hope. Yeah, sure, fine. Stick you there, whatever. And we'll move you here. Continuing to keep you kids here, I think that's fine. I'll keep that transport there too. Next turn, we'll do this land invasion. I want to build another building? Could build like another parliament. Try to generate more cards. More cards could be helpful. More so than the, yeah, more so than just more shit. Let's, mercenary cards? We'll give them a tavern. You know, you imps could stand to have a place to blow off steam. Without blowing up shit, have a tavern. Give me some mercenary cards. I can throw down in battles. Some weird flickering there. As for here, I think I am going to move 2 more there in case reinforcements come. Because I am going to slam down 4 more imp fighters there. Really like these imp fighter suckers, man. Really do. Cool. This area has been reinforced a bit. This area has definitely been, well, it stayed neutral for now. We're mounting an attack of some kind over here. We're continuing to keep you under lockdown there. All right, I'm feeling comfy. Comfy, comfy, comfy. Let's save the game. I end my turn. Revenue increased on Wakefield. That's a 26 gold there. Whew. What bounty. I could have, like, zipped around to poke out more of Seville's, transports. Yellow's in a real pickle. Yellow's not moved to take this war factory back, possibly due to just being resource starved, and Green has just, like, started to recruit right in Yellow's face. And that's an ass load of money there. You know, that tavern generating mercenary cards and that parliament generating strategy cards, that could have been some food for thought, something to consider. But also, that's just so many fucking units there. They haven't cracked back against me here. Maybe they're just locked to defending the capital, some of them anyway. I don't know. I don't know. I don't need to be here. I don't need to pay a general for this, I presume. Queen curtails Dwarven enterprise. Empire's economy jeopardized. War economy pays off, some say. We ask of what cost the untold story of our bastard emperor. Okay. Dwarven favorability has tumbled back down to 40%. Undead favorability is actually at 70%. Elves and imps remain high. Lizards, of course, topped off. You gotta keep in mind that the dwarves own the newspaper. Also, my queen has rewarded me with a decreased revenue card. Neat. Hey, kids. How you doing?
I hear Trinculo's daughter is about to be married. He's over the moon, which I quite understand. But isn't she, well, very, very young? Seems a bit odd to me. Girls her age should be playing with dolls, not husbands.
Okay, I don't know whether elves... I don't know, like, the aging differences between elves and imps, so I'm not going to make a ruling on that. But Oberon, go fuck yourself.
Smouldering muskets, Commander. So kind of you to come and congratulate me. My daughter's about to marry quite the catch. Richest imp in the borough and manufacturer of build-it-yourself home cannons. One lucky little lady.
Congratulations. Trinculo. Congratulations. I am truly elated for you. What's going on in the bar?
What a splendid victory.
A toast to...
Is this more Catherine?
We gave them a...
This is more Catherine.
Commander, a matter has arisen that impels me to seek your benevolence. Once more, a young girl is made to suffer at the hands of male overlords.
God damn it. You want me to take out all arranged marriages too? I'm trying to win a war, Catherine.
It's these horrid arranged marriages. Long have they been a thorn in my side, and now one of your own counselors, that toad of a Trinculo, is giving away his daughter like she was a pretty piece of furniture to some decrepit old duke because the Alliance will benefit him financially.
You're not an unreliable narrator, but this could very well be unreliable storytelling. I don't know the daughter. I don't know her feelings. I don't know the Duke. I don't know his feelings. I don't know the Alliance. I'm hard-pressed to believe that Trinculo is doing this because it'll benefit him financially. I don't think that's a primary concern the imps have.
The girl's 12, for 7's sake. And that grey goat she must marry 100 if he's a day. It's detestable. It's vile. But oh, why am I even talking to you? You're just the same. Picked the princess that sat on the biggest pot of gold and moved on.
Is that what happened? Do you not understand how our species work? Think about the species that involve the biggest piles of gold in this empire. And think about the lizards, and think about the dwarves. This is incredibly unpersuasive to me.
Well, I've had it. That girl stuck in your chamber is beyond saving, but Trinculo's daughter is not. Impede this wedding, Commander, right this instant.
Let's see. She's 12 and he 100. That is quite unacceptable. I shall draft a law that says women must themselves consent to marriage before nuptials are allowed, or arranged marriages among the nobility have long been an accepted part of politics. Besides, I remember being told you did the exact same thing with sons when you were queen.
But that was different. They were boys. They couldn't wait to get their hands on their bride. Surely... Oh, fine. I admit it. I did the same. But can I not repent? Must that innocent imp maiden suffer because you, I, and every bloody nobleman out there seeks power and wealth?
Quit projecting your feelings onto a character neither of us fucking know. I know that's really difficult coming from nobility.
It is a wicked thing we do, Commander. But my hope that you would institute a departure from the old ways proved to be as vain as beauty convinced she will never wither.
Quit trying to impose your fucking redemption arc upon everyone around you and beyond your reach. Thank you for your time. Goodbye. Well, that turn was easy. Let's go back to the board, shall we? This card. We play this card. Let's go ahead and kill this country's revenue. That seems good. I like that. That seems like a fun card to play. That seems like a perfectly fair card to play. Yep. Thumbs up. Good. They're producing 13 income for you? No, and then you got like the 26 income out of that last turn. Try nothing. Try big zero. Thanks, Queen. Anyway, where was I? We'll see what happens over here. I may be called upon to ensure that invasion goes well. Do I want to zip my units around to pick on more transports? You know, if green's not going to do something, let's nudge here. Yeah? Let's nudge. I like a good nudge. Let's give it an old good nudge, eh? To the research. Juggernauts, Imp Bunker Busters. But yeah, that sounds like it could be. Hunters can teleport, though? That sounds like it'd be pretty cool, too. Yeah, sure, why not? Go for it. I got 54 bucks. I got 60 research. Oh no, my minus 1% research. Let's... I'm gonna take 4 more Imp Fighters, please. And I want you to take 4 more Imp Fighters and move them there. And we'll see what happens. I am, you know, gonna see if I can do some shit involving... I'm not looking to actively take this territory. I'm just looking to pick off units. Let's make a move there. Okay. I might just be able to move in here with something. So we'll see what happens. I'm just gonna walk 4 troopers in there, and if they die, they die. If something comes to counter me, then it happens. Do I want to get 2 more Imp Fighters, or do I want to invest in... Oh, who am I kidding? 2 more Imp Fighters, please. Okay. It's an overall modifier to my research point income. Each country's research points revenue is adjusted by minus 1%. So, you know. Yeah. Each county giving me minus 1%. Okay. Those are my feelings. Okay. Now, I don't know whether I'm going to be able to take this Devastator down. And maybe I shouldn't be, like, pressing this, considering... Oh, no. Yellow's falling apart. Yeah, well, the getting's good. It's good. I don't think there's going to be any naval units that interfere with that this turn, so I'm going to leave these 2 out in the water like this, instead of flying in more Imp Fighters. I can always send them next turn. Alright. Go ahead and throw down a turn 33 end to save. And click end turn. Spent all my gold. Which means I ain't going to be able to hire anyone without going into debt. Alright, we have 2 battles. Understandable. Given the pushes that I made. This one's coming up first. My foe has played a card I do not know. That's an assload of troopers there, thanks to the extra troopers churned out and the ones from the entrenchment bonus. I am going to go onto this battlefield myself. I want my imp fighters, I think, to move faster. That sounds fun. Yeah, that sounds entertaining. Yep. I'll be there myself. What's the map look like? Looks like that. I think I'm going to be stalling until I get the dragon on the board. If I can buy enough time, my dragon can eviscerate an assload of troopers. That's 33 combat units, though. I'm going to have to stall really well. Hopefully these enhanced engines help. Okay, let's slow the game down here without pressing escape. Give me time to process. Yeah, sting like a bee.
Faster, faster! I want to go faster!
Picking up their scent. They won't even see me coming.
We need more recruits, Commander.
I think I'm gonna need mortar turrets.
You're blowing my cover.
I need a target, quickly!
They won't even see me coming.
We're out of recruits, Commander.
That's assuming anything like this is even necessary, because while I may have spent the card, these troopers appear to have 0 against these guys. Okay. Maybe we didn't need to spend the card then.
On their trail.
It'll be built in a jiffy. Construction in progress.
I'm gonna get those out just in case.
Look, my lord, no hands! Whoa!
Kind of dragon? It's an everything dragon at this point, given where I am in the game. It started off as like a brawly, fighty, regenerate type of dragon, but you can get all of those abilities just through research and gameplay.
I need a target, quickly!
Like the wind.
Construction underway, Commander.
On their trail. On their trail.
Mortar turret.
I get it teleported to friendly targets, but I didn't know how that would work in the air.
Like the wind. Picking up their scent.
Yeah, I thought that might happen.
Butterflies sting like a bee.
The transports, or rather the troopers committing suicide.
Picking up their scent. On their trail. Without a trace.
I thought the hunters might do a better job killing. I guess I should have kited more.
Found me, did you?
We're still learning the game.
No, it's a trap. On their trail.
And also, there were a lot of troopers there. Alright, lost the hunters.
Faster!
Go ahead and take this.
Progress. It'll be built in a jiffy.
Presume they're going to try and stop me from building that.
Standing by, impatiently.
Let's take this back up. So yeah, we're a dragon who can do it all if we have to do it all.
I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
And we will have to for this map, given the lack of units. We were pretty heavily outnumbered coming into the situation. And it's still just a bunch of trooper spam here.
Anti-grav
I got my hunters destroyed, though. Shame on me.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Trooper ready to march. The Emperor's enemy is my enemy.
This just isn't enough to pose a problem. Now, I am going to have to get units to do this attack here on this, or just bide my time until this map runs out of reinforcements. Because I'm not sending my air fighters in to that, and I'm not sending my dragon into that either.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. I will crush their bones. We'll crush them one leg at a time.
I may have gotten the hunters killed, but I ain't getting those fucking killed. Oops. No. Did not need to select you as well, Mr. Transport.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Construction in progress. It will be built in a jiffy. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir. The Emperor shows us the way. Construction in progress. No one defies the will of the Emperor.
All oiled up and ready to go.
Get some mortar turrets out here.
Troopers awaiting your decision, sire.
And they're coming. And now they're going. I've killed 1,000 total units with my dragon. We got lifesteal. We have overheating. First time overheating tonight. Just playing this game on standard difficulty. I have not looked at Divinity Dragon Commander in a long-ass time. And as evidenced by how the first battle went, despite being a veteran of real time, there's a bit of a learning curve.
Warlock awaiting orders. Warlock ready for action.
You don't need that. I can just time scam out here.
Warlock awaiting orders.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
Because this total population is going to run out soon. They did build an ironclad.
Yes.
I want you to run away.
I love traveling.
Ready to blaze the skies. Who requested fireworks?
All right, go on in, guys. Keeping the air fighters back. This is all shit that I built.
Keep it safe. Moving out. My magic is charged.
What's the medical emergency?
Ready to blaze the skies. It will rain fire and brimstone. Firing up. One bug coming up.
Unleash a nice roar.
Losing ground, sire.
Here come the naval units. I guess. And now we'll win because we shut down that recruitment center. Or the map ran out of recruits. One of the two. Pretty clean. Except for the, we thankfully didn't lose both the hunter armies. Hooray! Night's Gorge is ours. And now this fight, which we'll just be handing over to the Imperial Army, as a bunch of imp fighters have swooped in and are just going to bombard the shit out of this. We did not take it, but that's okay. Emperor approves young girl's match with 1 foot in the grave old nobleman. Disgusting, unconscionable, lucky old sod reactions read. Yes, I'm glad we really dealt with these sensationalist, headlines. I'm glad there was an event with my counselors for that we dealt with that. I'm glad we definitely handled it. Alright, we've got Imp Binox. Juggernaut gets attack range will increase with 75%. Sabotage units, Imp fighters in a selected area won't be able to move this round. Juggernaut mercenaries. 2 Juggernaut mercenaries are fighting on your side this battle. Sometimes the cards are like, I think I've made the right choice, not really investing in cards. Like, what if my enemies don't have those units? What if I don't have those units? Oh, well.
So, you opted not to abandon arranged marriages, did you, Commander? Most of the nobility rejoice at that decision, but personally I deplore it to some extent. Some of these girls are so young, so precious. Too soon are they forced to face that other side of life.
You're just upset that Chad didn't go with the Elven Bride.
Thank thundering carbines you didn't listen to Catherine, Commander. That evil witch would have sabotaged my daughter's marriage given half a chance. No. She's a duchess now, and with a bit of luck, the old coot she married will kick the bucket afore the new moon rises.
There you go. And then I don't know. Then she can be the wielder of the cannons or something. Beats me. Let's go to the bar.
Damn that infernal harlot of a Catherine. How dare she assault a dwarven baron? My very cousin twice removed. He does her the honor of proposing marriage, and she strikes him in his pride.
Okay, this dwarven baron is intergalactically stupid. To propose marriage to Catherine given things. You know, I think... We really didn't read his target at all.
I must admit, you... naught but a skirm.
You taught our enemy that...
Alright, Catherine.
She's married by now. That imp girl, I mean. Married to one who can't walk without a cane or talk without dribbling. Probably not good for anything else either. There's your silver lining. While we're on the subject, a dwarven baron had the audacity to ask me whether I truly meant all that women should consent nonsense, and said he'd like to marry me, the baron and the general, because of mutual benefits. He may have been ready to go down on one knee, but my knee was quicker. So if you see a dwarf with a funny walk, that'll be him.
But your knee... Wouldn't you have hit him, like, in his abdomen or, like, his jawline? Hey, Akazar. Yeah, absolutely. It's been a barn burner of a stream thus far. Okay, yeah, whatever. Maybe she was sitting down. I don't know. To the throne room!
Commander, I know full well we need all of Maxos's strange new technologies to win the war, but their production is putting too great a strain on the environment. If, however, our war machines could be fabricated with environmentally responsible building materials, we may actually leave behind a world that was worth fighting for. Yes, this would increase production costs, but I'm also convinced these materials will improve the strength and efficacy of our vehicles.
This is a dubious argument to pitch to me, given game circumstances. But I'm willing to hear you out. Yorick is not. Yorick's already had the conversation over there. Willing to, okay. Will you enforce the use of green materials in industry for a war that we're trying to win, causing all of our war factories to have to retool for the materials? Possibly causing us to have to import the materials, causing all of my units to be more expensive. They're still less expensive because of the conscription. This sounds like a difficulty toggle for me. I'm not sure I'm here for that.
I feel at home, Commander, in a landscape of barren rock, endless forests of dead trees. Our industry is doing its best to turn the world into an undead vision. So may the Seven damn Oberon, and damn his idiotic ideas.
So, Yorick says no because Yorick sees the consequences of industry and says, good. And he's got the industrial cough. The undead see the consequences of industry and they say, good.
Oberon can sit there and weep over a couple of dead trees and dead fish all day long if he wants. But in the meantime, we have a war to win. And the last thing we need is inflated production costs.
I don't think ecology should be our prime concern at this time, Commander. It will take decades to undo the harm all these war machines have caused. But let us deal with these matters in times of peace.
Prospera is very swingy. There have been times I'm like, that's a very salient, incredible thing, she has said. And there are times where like, that is the most irrelevant thing. Remember the referendum on republicanism? Remember the argument against the imps but was really for the imps?
Oberon's mad, Commander. New materials, new this, new that. It would cost a great deal of time and money to set it all up. And am I the only one who thinks a landscape filled with smoking factory chimneys and raging fires of industry is so much more beautiful than boring old woodlands and hills?
Yes, Akazar, that's how these faction-specific pitches work. We've seen a number of them in your absence tonight. And, we're gonna be saying, well, I see a number of them. We saw these two last time. We saw this one tonight, and we're about to see, well, we're seeing this one right now. So, as has been the case with everything, the elves are pitching this, and they want this, and everyone else says no, for a slew of different reasons. Let me hear this argument again.
I know full well...
I said, let me hear this argument again.
I know full well we need all of Maxos's strange new technologies to win the war, but their production is putting too great a strain on the environment. If, however, our war machines could be fabricated with environmentally responsible building materials, we may actually leave behind a world that was worth fighting for. Yes, this would increase production costs, but I'm also convinced these materials will improve the strength and efficacy of our vehicles.
I mean, I do want to go down one of these chains, but also, I don't know if this is the chain I want to go down. So, thinking about potential consequences, penalties. Increased cost of units. I got conscription running that's decreasing the cost of units. Other potential penalties could be lowering my gold income. And maybe that would happen instead of increasing the cost of units, though that would be fucked up. But I could see the game doing that too. That hasn't stopped it before from doing fucked up things. benefits, I continue an event chain, potentially, and maybe this qualifies me for some cards? Nah, man. I ain't feeling this one. Incorrect pitch for me. Right now.
Curses, Commander! Once more, our Green Mother must forfeit much-needed protection because safeguarding her well-being means we'd have to pull at the purse strings. Money. It's a plague upon mankind.
Maybe I'd feel different if the game actually had me care about these digital individuals. But the game hasn't. They're cardboard cutouts. They're caricatures. Everyone's hamming it up, chewing the scenery in the amphitheater so that folks sitting in the back row can get a gist of like what's happening, even though their eyes can't really perceive it because they're sitting so far away. Which is, I'm not really feeling it here. I've got like a globe that I'm looming over because I'm playing a war game, and I turn into a dragon regularly, and I fight in battles. So, like, green materials? I don't know, I'm a fucking dragon. Okay.
Wonderful, Commander. Infinitely champion industry, I say, and one day the entire world will resemble a graveyard and be complete.
I am tickled that the undead argument here is, yes, industry, because this is the world that we want to live in, the 7 Decreed so.
Well done, Commander. And I hope that's the last we hear about all that ecology rot. The air we breathe is free, but war machines, not quite.
The dwarves are like, absolutely not, because consumerism, capitalism, industry, ho.
Oberon has a knack for proposing sound measures at a completely wrong time, Commander. I'm glad you two have come to this realization.
Prospera gives me, like, whiplash and dissonance, because, like, the things she says at times, I really do find agreeable, but then I could also use against her. I don't think she's being hypocritical. I think this is just, like, a blind spot for her.
Splendid, Commander. Our technology may cut through flora and fauna like a hot knife through butter, but I'll be damned if it's not fun to look on when it does.
And the imps are like, yippee. All right. Well, that's going to improve my favorite popularity with everyone else, except for, of course, the elves who tumble back down. Lizards remain capped. That's another no for someone's faction unique pitch. All right, research, I guess? Sure. What other thing am I going to grab that I'm definitely going to remember to use? Because it's definitely going to be pertinent. We'll grab these bomber balloons now. Yeah, and we'll say that they can deploy... no, they can reveal cloaked units around them. Great. I got 59 bucks. Let's go. Of course, Wakefield's income is back to normal, and it is a lot of money. I did take this without a fight. That's neat. I think that Devastator is going to be a real pickle for yours truly. They're weak against air units, though. They fire massive destructive charges over great distances, the fucking siege tanks that you can turn them to be. So, I'm gonna bring over some air. Interesting that you guys... Like, I sent you to here, and you ended up... Maybe I didn't. Whatever. You can go there now. Can I get away with holding this? Maybe. Send these here. Send all 5. Launch, 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 fighters. 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 How's the wife doing? Great. The most entertaining piece of tonight that brought me to tears because I started crying laughing happened with the Queen and decisioning. I can't articulately articulate it. Mobius, attempted. It was magical. I'm so glad I broadcasted this tonight because of what happened there. I'm not joking, by the way. I really am. Like, that was... I said it, I meant it. If this broadcast crashes and burns, I'll still be like, it was worthwhile to have done this stream because of the cry laugh I did. Yes, I have the happy voice. It's good. It's good. Sometimes viewers can't read my moods, but I'm glad you got this one. I'm glad this one was... I'm glad the code was cracked. Put you there. Alright. We've isolated Carthan to just this island here. Carthan might just keep building up units there and not try another invasion, but I don't have any time pressure on me that I'm aware of. We talked about that earlier on in this playthrough, so whatever. Looks like I'm attempting an attack here. I haven't moved to try and put any pressure on this. What if I do, though? What if I say... assert that this is mine? Can he do that? Maybe. Maybe he can. Yeah, am I just gonna build more imp fighters? More imp fighters. More imp fighters. Launch them. Hell yeah, let's go. And we'll see what happens with my aggression. That's right. The Urquan are here, I guess. That's a thing we're doing. I want to lock anyone in place. Imp fighters, transports. I want to lock any trannies. No. Let them fly. You know, because that's what transports do. Fly. Well known. Alright. I end my turn. Carthan produces more land units. That's nothing that's going to present a threat to actually getting off that island. It's a whole lot of fucking recruitment. Holy shit. That's so much. Alright, 3 battles this turn. Yellow moved a Devastator up here. I got $5. That's not really enough to hire someone, so I'll be going into a little bit of a future debt. Let's go. First things first here. I mean, that looks like 100% odds of success. So, I'm going to say the Imperial Army has the... Don't worry about this 19% floating over here. Think about this. I have an 81% chance to win, plus 6% luck, plus a 15% popularity increase. 100%. Easy. We lose nothing. We gain everything. Fuck that Devastator. Remember, I can only be present at one battle a turn. So, you know, the others have to be auto-resolved, either by the generals or by the army. No, I think the army's got this one too. Let's keep it moving. That's right, max full damage. You know, they say that all battle results are created equal. And this doesn't look like I need to be here this turn either. Yeah, swat down that Devastator. That was just a sacrifice. It has really behooved me to build up popularity and luck. War consumes all natural beauty. Emperor neglects protection of the realm. Come on, dwarves, you own this fucking paper. Imp girl testifies about wedding night with senior spouse. Warning contains shocking imagery. Latest wins present Empire with no real advantages. Yeah, that seems pretty good to me. Lizards, imps capped at 100%. Undead up to 80. Elves have fallen to 75%. Dwarves up to 55. We have an imp fight of mercenaries card. All right. This is turn 35 start. That's right, they want the business.
When a dwarf is heard crying, an imp will start smiling. So the saying goes. It's not a good saying, but boy am I smiling today. Those bankers had their sights set on imp territory too, you know.
Looks like the ramifications of the ruling came out. And the imps are like, yay, fuck those dwarven bankers.
Would have given our snipers some nice and fat targets, come to think about it. Maybe I should have a word with Falstaff after all.
Imp snipers, you say? Tangled string. Send the word. Imp snipers. Think about it. Hear them out.
Dwarven banks are such immoral institutions. I'm very glad to see Lady Camilla clip those vultures' wings.
Yeah. Good.
When a dwarf pulls a stunt like your wife did, Commander, when a dwarf is responsible for the loss of so much money, we gather all his gold and bronze and silver and melt it in a great big cauldron. We then proceed to pour it over the wretched underbred and leave his gilded corpse where it stands as a warning to all who'd betray us.
Holy fuck! The player character adventurers arrive in this dwarven settlement. Traditions per law. You just like read this out as part of legal lore. That really conveys like a tone of it really does.
I really don't know why I told you this little anecdote, Commander. Or is it rather a cautionary tale?
You're gonna need a lot of dwarves to hold down a jetpack dragon. Again, the gleam in Falstaff's eyes at all times is not just from the light, you know? It's just a perpetual glint.
God bless your darling wife, Commander. She took those dwarves by the short and curlies and yanked them into complacence. Over are their sorry schemes. Done are their last dirty deeds. To show our appreciation, we are organizing an event completely novel among the undead. A party, I believe the word is. Trinculo also suggested something called an orgy, but Prospera shooed him away.
Okay. We've got new lore about Trinculo and possibly imps as a whole. We've got new lore about Yorick, not knowing what an orgy is. And I guess we've got new lore on Prospera, too.
must admit you settled that last...
Were that I were the monarch and you the general, I'd kill for one of your powers, whereas you hardly have need of us.
It's true. I have rarely used any of these generals. As is completely true. I've rarely used them.
Once more onto the breach, Commander, and the enemy battlements will crumble at last. What are we waiting for?
What do I care about equal pay? I barely use them anyway. Anyway, welcome back to the Queen's Quarters, full of red. Lots and lots of red. Yes, well, anyway. How you doing, Camilla?
Remind me to say no next time you ask for a favor, Dragon. Because I'd much rather have Yorick huffing and puffing away at me than Falstaff on the warpath. I tell you, there's a giant's anger trapped in his diminutive physique.
I don't feel like I asked for a favor. I just merely noted the potential consequences. Seeing as how, all of the other factions are not here for the dwarves, preying on people business practices, and that would be a thing that I would definitely make illegal as the Dragon Emperor.
To think I didn't even close a single dwarven bank in undead regions or impede their workings in any way. I merely had their clerks remove the small print from their contracts, thus counteracting the interest inflation. Touchy little tykes.
Blinks rapidly? That's how you resolve the situation, huh? Okay. I thought that you... I didn't know that your ruling would come with contract editing attached. But alright. Sure. There were no legal problems to contend with?
A few, but I outmaneuvered their clumsy attempts at hindering me. The dwarf hasn't been born yet that can manipulate the law to my detriment. By the by, I've been invited by Yorick to attend a feast in my honor. Quite the celebrity among the living dead as of late. Hailed as a liberator, in fact. Funny, isn't it? I play it fast and loose with the law, and suddenly I'm popular. Never did my integrity result in a jubilee. Oh, before I forget, the celebration is tonight, so seeing that the invitation reads +1 and my sister turns out to be unavailable, perhaps you'd like to accompany me. Do take a bath first, though. You still reek of burnt flesh and jet engine oil.
Okay. So, we're going to a party. There will be plenty of libations. We are the Queen's +1, I guess. I don't think Yorick would have turned us down if we just showed up. Why not? Orgy definitely off the table, said the bird. Okay. Well, anyway, I imagine I do reek of burnt flesh and jet engine oil on account of all of the work I do out there.
Kind of the undead to pay me tribute there. Almost heartwarming. Almost.
Okay. Maybe, well, we'll see what happens there. We'll see what happens with that. Maybe she won't become a blood doll. You know? Alright. The jetpack stays on. Alright, well that was fun anyway. There's more work to be done. You can keep having your island. I've got this island over here. We took this. We haven't suffered a crackback for it. I'm cool with that. We're starving out Farron from resources. That's a 10. You make 10 monies a turn. So much for them fighting it out more. I'm probably gonna have to do something. I guess it's gonna be a huge battle. Don't mind me as I, come over here and maybe mount an invasion on this next turn to see what happens. Obviously, there's a juggernaut over there. Gotta remind myself about the juggernaut. I'm not talking about Kane Marco. Want to do any research? I guess. To the engineering bay. Bomber balloon enhanced explosives. That sounds great. And why don't we grab this shaman curse? Temporarily convert things. At least her long phalanges did not phase through her waist again, like we saw earlier. Small miracles. Scratch his chin thoughtfully. Like, if you're not going to move on me, then you're not going to move on yellow, at least not in a way that's preferable for me. Let's start making some moves. I don't know if I want to make too many moves, since I can only be present at one fight, so I only want to have one big battle a turn. It'd be super useful to just have one big battle. But I think it's time to take some action. Transport, you're fine. I think I'm just going to abandon this to let this, be moved into again. Think about whether I want to zip, units elsewhere. I know I've got my shit divided here. I realistically can't stand against anything there. I think I'm actually just going to pull this back. I do not want to have, two big battles here. I got a tavern. It's neat. There are many taverns like it. Music's having a thing here. You cannot reach there this turn? No, you cannot. You go hang out there. I'm not concerned about that unit. I'm going to be recruiting more things there in this region with my 71 gold. This is a situation where I'm wondering how much I will need to be on a battlefield. This happens in video games where you do so well at a strategic element that the tactical aspect of it, you know, you're carried. And alternatively, if you're doing poorly strategically, tactical skill can end up carrying you too. Despite this being my first time playing and me incurring a number of losses for reasonable reasons and frustrating reasons, I think we're doing okay. Is there anything I want to lock here? I think I want to say that you can't move hunters this turn. Hunters in a selected country won't be able to move this round. 17 hunters? I'm sure they didn't need to move. None of this coming up to support me with those, yourself with those. I want this tavern. How many fighters do I have over here? I'm pretty sure the answer is some. With that in mind, I'm going to recruit some other stuff here. Give me 2 of those that I'll wheel in next turn. Give me 2 of those. I want a bomber balloon here. And I've got the spare money that I think I will invest in... We still don't have any sea to be an issue. I think I'll invest in something that'll give me more cards. We built a tavern. We've got our parliament building. We gave the elves a parliament. We gave the imps a tavern. The lizard should have something. Sure. We'll give the lizard something. A wizard tower? That's dumb. We don't build towers for wizards. It's either that or a gold mine, and I'm... I could delete the academy. I could just save the money. Or I could build another fighter over here. For the eventual land invasion. Note that I can't move the shaman over water, because it's a ground unit. You know, it's amphibious, but it can't be traversing the ocean like that. Hint, hint. Yeah, no lizard wizards. Give me an fighter here. Alright. Ah! 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 Alright, that was a fun turn. This, I mean, we're just gonna see what the fuck happens, because, that's a lot of pieces I just shoved forward. I'm not even all in. Log can't even keep up. Hello? That was your time that you wanted to move out? Understood. Alright, we do get to have my one big battle. First off, I think the army's got that one. Do I even need to show up? No. No, I don't need to show up. They're just gonna sit on their capital, entrenched to fucking hell. Alright. Yeah, I think I got this one, boss. Pack it in. Oh, Grimith, you could have played that out so that you didn't lose anything. I didn't lose anything. Queen attends undead orgy. Saucy sketches on page 3. Activists agree Emperor must be a woman. Shocking pictures found on Raven. Free naked dragon poster inside. Zeppelin mercenaries.
Commander, I'll not pretend I am naive enough not to know that where our armies go, regrettable misbehavior sometimes follows. But I had no idea as to the scale of the transgressions committed. Luckily, General Catherine caught a whiff of these unsavory practices and decided to fight them tooth and nail.
Ridiculous the trivialities General Catherine gets all hot and bothered about. So one or two of our own soldiers overstepped the line somewhat after taking yet another town or city. They fought to the death. Are they not allowed some R&R? A cuddle and a fondle with some local belle?
You want to repeat that last sentence for me, Yorick? Yeah, you do.
Ridiculous the trivialities General Catherine gets all hot and bothered about. So one or two of our own soldiers overstepped the line somewhat after taking yet another town or city. They fought to the death. Are they not allowed some R&R? A cuddle and a fondle with some local belle?
A cuddle and a head bobble fondle with some local belle? You know, we do have other generals, please, Yorick. But looks like it's Catherine turn yet again. Look at them imps over there. All right.
You might find it strange hearing this from me, Commander, but I quite agree with Catherine. As far as women are concerned, the pleasure may lie in the chase and the kill, so to speak. But I don't take the hunting metaphor literally, whereas several soldiers do. To force oneself on a girl is detestable, and the men who do so should lose the weapon that's causing her misfortune.
No, I don't find it strange hearing that from you.
I must admit, you settled...
Combat and carnage.
All right, no one else has any input. Good to hear from you again, Henry. This is our first real time hearing from you tonight.
Commander, I have conducted a couple of surprise inspections of late to see firsthand how our ground troops are conducting themselves in newly conquered territories. The result is exactly what I had expected. Atrocious.
I guess they've had a lot of time to do things like this since I haven't really been using the generals on the front lines.
Swarms of fire-spouting locusts wouldn't do as much damage as the average cohort. They pillage left and right, and what is worse, rape every woman and girl they can get their ruttish claws on. Most officers turn a blind eye, and those that don't get transferred behind the lines. This is nothing short of organized assault. But I took matters into my own hands, Commander. The first offenders have been court-martialed and hung for their offense. Touched one last time by angel lust, then limp and lethargic forever.
I'm glad you hanged them. Not hung them. Anyway, it looks like you have matters well in hand. Carry on.
So I shall, Commander. The harvest from the hanging tree will be plentiful this year.
I'm not a horticulturalist, but I don't... You know what, never mind. It's an idiom. Alright, good turn, everyone. Let's go back to the wargame. Yeah. In most circumstances, one of the choices is I don't make a choice. Goodbye. And, you know, then the game auto picks a choice, and we keep it moving. Okay. Cool. So we're here. We didn't lose that despite there being no one in there. I guess, So, sorting through these pieces. You know, it's a thing. All right, I gotta keep in mind, these hunters can move now. All 17 of them if they choose to do so. And, I don't know, they could complicate my life. Sounds like something that, you know, they might be interested in doing, complicating my life, I guess, maybe, possibly. If that's a thing they're into, I guess, I suppose, sort of. Like, I haven't noticed any logistical or supply problems for having, like, too many units in a place. So, the game has incentivized me to drag my ass here where I, like, why take another battle? Because of fun? Nonsense. Who cares about these abilities? Just throw ass loads of units at capitals. I have been able to get away with a lot of aggression in barely defended territories. You know, so much of this, given that this is my first time, like, earnestly playing the game, is just testing, probing, experimenting, exploring. And the results have been... That's my ruling. I mean, that's 14 troopers up there. If they wanted to move out and do something about that. I guess if I had some M fighters, I wouldn't care, but I might have to stay on that battlefield to properly utilize the M fighters. Okay. Here's one consequence. Selecting shit in here. 2 of you. 4 of you. Fickle Grimith strikes again. Come this way. 2 are attacking there. I want another 2 of you here. Let's get that juggernaut, the 4 of us, while we're out here together. Should be able to clean up that fight fast. And then... we can... send 2 of you up here. And I'm going to shuffle this 1 trooper. We'll see what happens. And I won't make an attack this turn. I'll take 4 Devastators, please. I'll take 3 Devastators, please. You know what? The lizards can get something. He says, frowning over the choices again. Maybe I will give them a wizard tower. Sure, let's give them a wizard tower right here. Wizard tower! Not that those dragon skill cards are beneficial to me in combat situations, but there you go. I'm goofing around with the money now because I think I've got this chapter in the bag. But what do those abilities do? I don't know. Stuff. Things. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna push this turn. What I'm here is to prod and poke at this. Let's see what happens. Decrease my revenue there by 75% for a turn? Sure. That's, yeah. That also cool. You took that. I was wondering if that was gonna fucking happen. We get this for free. Cool. The only battle that's gonna happen this turn is this one here on the seas. And this is not a guaranteed victory. So I am going to show up. We could send Edmund out. Edmund's got the best odds. We could spend 21 bucks on that. I think I'll go ahead and be here. Transport. The Juggernaut. That's an enemy Juggernaut. Don't we have a card against that? Or is it just their Ironclads? Yeah, they fire 75% slower. Enjoy. Oh, shit. This actually... I mean, I saw the little islands there, but it didn't even cross my mind that this was gonna be a fight that's real and true.
Recruits, Commander. Look, my lord, no hands. Playtime is fun, but when does the killing begin? We're out of recruits, Commander.
I don't know how I'm going to capture that construction site without a ground unit.
Construction in progress.
And no war factory to speak of. Don't think too hard about it. No turrets on this map. I think that transport might be the bigger threat. Whoa, hey! The Juggernauts are spawning imp fighters.
Standing by, impatiently. I need a target, quickly. Another kill on the counter.
Because that's a thing that Juggernauts can do if you research that ability.
Every move is a step closer to victory, my lord. What are your orders, my lord? If the machine dies, the
I can bring the dragon out if I needed to bring the dragon out when that timer ticks away. I'm not thinking I need to bring the dragon out for this one. Let's just shoot this to make sure that it's destroyed at the end of the battle instead of being able to retreat.
Please save me. Faster. I want to go faster. Get ready to be impressed, my lord. Every move is a step closer to victory, my lord.
Alright. Cleaned up. Focus on that. Oh yeah, get that done. Cool. No need for dragon. Just imp fighter, air supremacy. They had nothing to stop that. Annihilated. Thanks for moving that transport out there. Emperor cracks down on soldiers R&R. Hard to keep it up like this. Officer divulges morale droops. General's actions have given me another decreased revenue card. Also, Catherine has gained a level in offensive. The size of your currently deployed armies will decrease by 10%. All right. That's that is quite some culling. And then we got some more cards. Build an emporium for free in one of your countries. I mean, we told her to keep up the good work, and she did. How overzealous did she get? We don't know. We were keeping it moving. I know, Akazar, a literal decimation. I was thinking that. Okie dokie. Through now my turn 37 save. Alright, let's get cracking.
Once more, I find myself siding with Catherine, Commander. The army could do with a dollop of the feminine touch, which is not weaker, but most certainly wiser than its male counterpart.
Okay.
Commander, I do hope you'll not contemplate the madcap designs of General Catherine. Women in the army. Who ever heard of such folly? Men lead, men fight. Women follow. Food provide. Every undead knows that rhyme by heart, for such is the will of the Seven.
Rhyme is being used liberally here. Alright, sure. Our cardboard cutout action continues.
A toast to triumph, Commander, and another. Why, yes. Soon the crown shall be yours. I hope you're ready for it.
What a victory, Commander! And what a splendid display of teamwork!
Yes, teamwork.
We're pretty much wrapping things up, aren't we? Not much fight left in our opponents. They know they're done for, and they know we know it too.
Naught but a skirmish we fought today, but the way you handled it was impressive. Let's just say I've already been browsing for the most luxurious spots to retire to. And if the need for warfare takes me, I'll buy some imps and have them reenact some of our most bloody fought battles.
Okay.
Pestilence take me, Commander, if the vices of men aren't harder to stamp out than all the weeds in the wilderness. Where my inquisitors go, they wither. Where they leave, bloom anew in all their obscene glory. I merely try to protect women from the abject horrors that are rape and pillage, yet I find myself fighting a battle so uphill as to be vertical.
You know, she's gotten a lot of work done in a single fucking turn. I guess she started technically, like, before last turn. But to decimate my army, have a team of inquisitors. What the hell are my commanders doing?
To pinpoint the fundamental problem is easy. The army is run by men, for men. Now, one can train a dog to behave, but men, lacking even canine cunning, one cannot. The solution to the problem is therefore equally easy. Replace them with women.
Kyrie eleison.
I'm not even going to be unreasonable, Commander. I could have advocated mass sterilization, for instance. No. I merely demand that you sack half of the male officers and replace them with women. They'll run the army better no matter how, and they'll see to it that not quite dogs, aka soldiers, either behave or hang.
I want my officers to be chosen based on merit, not anatomical features. Blindly replacing officers could have a very bad effect on the efficacy of my armies, and I'm not trusting you to spearhead any arrangement like that. Leave me the fuck alone.
And wherein lies that merit? Do they keep score of how many innocent lives they destroy by means of the sword, by fire, by assault? 50 points and you're made captain? 100 to be major? Wham bam, another tortured mom, and here's your colonel's rank? You disgust me, Commander. Your presence makes me wretch.
I just got an achievement called Just Said No. Didn't you hear? The best man for the job is a woman. 13% of players have this achievement. Okay, sure, whatever. If only I had it within me to care.
I suggest you leave, Commander. Unless you want my breakfast all over your boots.
Right, the retching thing. Right. Okay, well anyway, let's go to the throne room.
Right, Commander. You've upset us imps greatly by cancelling Project Megabomb, but we are not the kind to despair for long. In fact, we want to present you with Project Super Soldier. Sounds like something you could use, right? So let's start experimenting on fetuses. Yep, you heard me correctly. We need to study various types of genetic engineering processes pronto. Soon, babes will be born as super soldiers and grow to maturity in no time.
What the fuck is this video game? All right, Tangled String. So Trinculo's like, well, okay. Not allowing us to dig up, like, ancient elven graves and build our super cool mega bomb. That's kind of a bummer. We're still getting over it. We may have already gotten over it. Now hear us out here. Project Super Soldier. I need you to read this to me again, Trinculo.
Right, Commander. You've upset us imps greatly by cancelling Project Megabomb, but we are not the kind to despair for long. In fact, we want to present you with Project Super Soldier. Sounds like something you could use, right? So let's start experimenting on fetuses. Yep, you heard me correctly. We need to study various types of genetic engineering processes pronto. Soon, babes will be born as super soldiers and grow to maturity in no time.
Like, man, I wanted to accept one of these things, you know? But every single faction-specific pitch has left me flabbergasted. I had Trinculo run this by me twice. All right, team. Let's hear all four of you shoot this down for your own reasons. Let's begin.
Super soldiers sound good on paper, Commander, but the methods to make them are bizarre and frankly unnatural. Budding life should be protected, not subjected to sordid trials.
Yorick presenting a religious argument here, but also, like, come on, man. Like, the imps might fucking put bombs in the fetuses. You know them. Their fucking princess died. On her way here.
Let's see. Fetal experimentation. No. Thank you, Commander.
Oberon keeps it concise.
I think I prefer his bomb over these mutants Trinculo is so hell-bent on manufacturing, Commander. War machines I'm all for. War monsters, not so much.
Falstaff pitches an argument I believe Mio wrote in chat of, like, can we go back to the bombs? Bombs sounded neat.
You can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. an expression we lizards are not very fond of, bred as we are in the shell. I can therefore assume the phrase, "you can't make super soldiers without messing up wombs," would be equally unpopular among elves and dwarves, Commander. To put it delicately, Trinculo is an utter loon, and I hope you'll tell him as much.
How much time is in a turn? Am I looking to have this war done in a year, 5 years, 20 years? Am I, like, operating on half-dragon timescale here? Like... That stuff, that texture does matter. Is it, like, days? Weeks? A month? Fast and Furious stuff, actions, the people get a lot of shit done in between turns and during turns. Apparently saying yes on this green lights, imps should experiment and genetically modify fetuses across the Empire. You know, if it was imp on imp action, you could probably persuade me. I don't know, man. I'm not really feeling this argument. I don't think you've made a compelling argument based on the available evidence I have of what imps do and who imps are to greenlight this project. You would have to do a lot of concern assuaging, and I've just not heard that from you. I'm willing to turn down super soldiers, whatever this might be. This one's gonna be a hard pass for me, chummer.
Not again, Commander. No to Project Megabomb, no to Project Super Soldier. You're determined to see the first ever depressed imp, aren't you? Because you're getting there.
Okay. That really sounds like a skill issue on your part.
The imp is no more than a tiny demon in disguise, Commander, and his workings are those of the devil, not the divines. They should not be encouraged, and indeed they have not. Well done.
No fetal experimentation, then. Thank you, Commander.
Again, Oberon keeping it concise.
So, another sick and senseless impish scheme has been tossed into the trash can. Just a matter of time, though, before they come up with another.
Tangled, Streg. I know you roleplay big. I'm gonna want you to stop. I'm gonna want you to stop trying to press the case for the imps here. This is not your fight. It does not have to be your fight.
Very wise of you, Commander. Trinculo really needs to have his head examined. Were he a lizard, he must have hatched from a rotten egg, as we say.
Anyway, fun times trying to win a war here in this fucked up empire, am I right? Let's continue. What a good turn. I'm gonna go get the rest of these master researches done, I guess. Devastators can fire double shots. They just deal slightly less damage, and Juggernauts have imp bunker buster things, I guess. You have 1 research point left. My God, I'm really suffering from that research malice. Oof. Okay, well, anyway. That's going to increase my favor with everyone, except for the imps, who will take a hit, I'm sure. We can't see the ramifications of our consequences this turn. What that modified saying no. Look forward to that, I guess. Okay, we took this without consequence or issue. Cool. So I could just sit until the heat death of the universe and let more events play out. But, you know, we're 3 hours into our broadcast tonight. I didn't think green would be the first one I'd try to go after here, but, yeah. Let's throw some bones. I got a lot of shit. I got a lot of shit. I got so much shit. Here, you can not have money again this turn. And you know what? You have a lot of troops here. You can also not have... Oh. Alright, I guess I already played that card. I don't get to play that card again. It's cool. I have, like, you know, they each have, like, star values. Who knows? No big deal. Build an Emporium for free in one of your countries. Alright, that was my other card. Emporium. The dwarves. You know what? Dwarves, you get to have an Emporium. I don't even know what that is. As far as, like, the game context is concerned. But you get one. Random cards that I can buy. That's very much a dwarven thing. Good. Great. Wonderful. Okay. Guess I'm doing this. Guess I'm doing this. Frowns at all of the hunters and armor and devastators and troopers. Frowns deeply. Let me try something here. 1, 2... Cool. Chance to win 40% in the auto-resolve. And that's before any more recruiting happens there, so we are 100% going to have to zoom in on that fight. Understandable. That's an ass-load of troops there. Yeah, there's going to be more recruiting that happens. Cards are going to be played. It's going to be a bloodbath. You might as well retreat. 44% before any extra things are recruited or brought over. It'd be great to have like a list of here's all the units you have. Here's where they're located. Y'all doing good over here? They seem to be doing good over there. They're having fun. They're having a good time. Alright, since I just moved the fighters and it's possible that all of them are gonna fucking die over there. I don't even know if I can realistically hold on long enough for the fucking dragon, because, like, there's a lot of fucking units there. Be so many units. I guess get another M fighter here. We'll hold on to the remaining $6. I end my turn. Let's see some actual stuff here. Some crazy high octane risk. I thought about locking the transport there. Guess I didn't think that hard enough about it. Although Green looks to have done a bunch of recruiting not in the capital. Okay. This... Motherfucker. So, I was moving my fighters, and... So, I figured, you know, my fighters could just fly over a situation. They wouldn't have to engage in this fight. They could just go to their target destination, because there's no units in the air in this country, and they're air units, so they could just fly through to get to their spot, but they can't. Interception always happens. It's not just a naval thing. It's these 10 fighters have been grabbed out of the fucking air by the need to have this fight, and all I can do is retreat or fight. Like, if there were any air fighters here or something like air, that would make sense to me. But from, like, that is frustrating game design. Akazar... Okay. Akazar. Why would I send a general? Why would I not send a general? What does a general have to do with the problem of the situation? Like, what? I have a 100% chance success. What does sending a general do? If you have a reasonable explanation for it, like, tell me. Of course I don't have to manage this myself, Akazar. I can just send the Imperial Army. I don't... Like, the fact that I have to do this fight... It's not because I'm sending myself, Akazar. It's the fact that these 10 fighters are stopped by the Grenadier, which means they're not going to their destination that I wanted them to go to. Like, the fight is of no consequence in the sense that I'm not going to lose anything. It's that the fighters are stopped here and don't get to proceed to their destination. Well, anyway. Why did you think I was going to zoom in on this fight, Akazar? When I have literally a huge fight that I just moved all into on Green's capital? Why did you think that this would be the one fight I would choose to do, zoomed in, for this round? I don't understand that mechanically. Like, what? Like, why did you think that I would take this fight myself? Yes, this is poor design. The fact that the air units can't just move over this to go to where I want to go. A war game, this is actually not. We're not sending the bombers into Berlin or what have you. What, Akazar? I have this fucking fight to do. Like, why did you fucking think I would take that fight up there? None of the words coming out of my mouth were, damn, it's gonna suck having to fight this fight manually when I have to do this fight here at Green's capital. My problem was, fuck, I really wanted those 10 fighters here, and they have the movement points to get here, but they stopped to shoot down that, to obliterate that one Grenadier unit. Yes, for the lulz. Putting me into negative gold. What the fuck? What the fuck, chat room? Anyway. So green has no cards they're going to play here. Choosing to play. I 100% have to be in this. This is going to be a hideous fight for me. We've got everything I moved in. Just not everything I wanted to move in. We could get up to a 41% auto-resolve, but I'm going to be in this fight. I was going to be in this fight regardless. We're going to deploy 2 Imp Fighter Mercenaries. We're going to deploy 2 Zeppelin Mercenaries. We're going to deploy 2 Juggernaut Mercenaries. There's some water. I guess they help, yeah. The enemy's hunters will fire 50% slower. Yeah. Yeah, that seems like it could be helpful. They have some grenadiers. For an advantage thing... No, I think I'd go back to Subversion and say their Grenadiers move 50% slower. Alright. This one is for Green's game. As just about everything that Green has is here. And we'll see how monstrous my losses are. Including total defeat. Let's go. I'll take those abilities. Bring overwhelming forces if you wish to invade a country with a 100% entrenchment level. And as I noted before making this attack, as far as I'm aware, mechanically, I could have just continued to idle and build up even more stuff and build up even more stuff, but I wanted to have an interesting fight instead of just sitting there, dominating the strategic board. How do I even control all of this right now? It's a good question.
It'll be built in a jiffy. Point me at something that can go boom.
Are they going to attack me immediately?
Nothing will stop me.
I don't know. I mean, I probably would.
Construction underway, Commander. I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
Like, looks over to the left, looks over to the right. I guess I could try grabbing some of that stuff. This is an issue that I have where I have so little experience now in the combat situations.
Out of recruits, Commander. Enemy hunters won't stumble in our pitfalls, Commander. They can easily unmask cloaked units now.
Get back. Hey, don't commit like that. Bad. Maybe you need to stay here.
Every move is a step closer to victory, my lord. Acknowledged. Who requested fireworks? Faster, faster! I want to go faster! Time is fun, but when does the killing begin? Construction in progress.
Didn't I get you guys? Okay, you're already on that stance, I guess. Need to kill that armor.
Will be built in a jiffy.
I need to lift siege. That's what I need to do. This is a loss. That's such a loss. Okay. Well, that's a good opportunity to assess things and circumstances and situations.
As far as the eye can see.
You were completely not involved. I can't go dragon OBS Dark. Please.
That's impossible, Commander. Little time is fun, but when does the killing begin? Look, my lord, no hands! Whoa!
Forgot to move the Zeppelin over. There's a timer. I can't just immediately go, I'm a dragon now.
That's impossible, Commander.
Now I can go, I'm a dragon now. Fired too much. Like, there's a mechanical limitation on that stuff. Like, I had to stall there.
That's impossible, Commander. That's impossible, Commander.
Nearly lost the recruitment center. Still might actually lose the recruitment center. Yes. There we go. There's defeat. All right. Cool. Well, that's all that lost. Having the extra 10M fighters, yeah, that could have made a stalling difference to get the dragon out sooner so that I could swing that. But by the time I got the dragon out, the recruitment center had taken way too much damage. Like I said, I just did that for the interesting compelling of changing this game state. More women in the army? No thanks, says Emperor. They can't read strategy maps anyway, agree Undead. Super soldiers that would turn the tide of battle? No thanks, says Emperor. Trooper mercenaries, and my research points total per turn will decrease by another 1% because I don't have imp super soldiers. Understandably, attacking into that, like with its huge entrenchment, was incredibly dangerous. That map did not have a whole lot of size to it. I could have chosen to retreat. That fight did happen after this one. My 10 imp fighters were completely locked here when I thought they were going to proceed along to assist in the fight. It didn't happen. Oh well. It was less of an interesting fight that I was looking for, where I thought it was going to be a slugfest, and more of just a butchery. We've had larger, maps, and I thought that was going to be what that was, given that it's a capital region, given the size of this region. I thought we were just going to see, a larger map with, multiple choke points and sorts of things. And instead, that was just a straight shot between the two, starting zones. It didn't even look like they had, a giant capital building, which, yeah, based on what I saw last chapter, I really had different expectations for how a capital fight was going to look. That was another thing I was interested in exploring when I made that attack. Okay. Well, let's see if green can do anything now that my entire army over here has been gutted with that. There, you're back in the game. Do something. But not with your transports. Okie dokie. Yeah. I never did a turn 38 end by the looks of things. A turn 38, sorry, 7 end. Oh, well. No problems.
You disappoint, Commander. I understand Catherine's ideas may be wild of concept, but more often than not, there's wisdom hidden within. When we do nothing, nothing changes, and our soldiers still run amok, to put it mildly.
Okay.
7 had mercy on us, Commander, for they steered you to ignore Catherine and her follies. The day girls become officers is the day I grow flesh on my bones.
Okay.
The army is such a sausage fest, Commander. Catherine had the right idea. Why in the blazes would you refute her ideas? Long live the quota, I say.
Okay.
Dire news, Commander. The wives and daughters of many noble elves are being held as hostages. Whatever these kidnappers demand, we must give it to them.
Okay.
What's all this claptrap I've been hearing, Commander? Some rapscallions got their hands on a couple of elves, totties and toddlers, and now there's talk of striking a bargain with them. Gibberish! Jolly rotten luck for those who were taken, but we do not make deals with delinquents. Soon we'll have all the riffraff in the land giving abduction a whirl.
Okay.
If you want something done well, you do it yourself. Even though I abhor expressing myself through platitudes, Commander, I am addressing a man after all, and must therefore use a turn of phrase of an unsophisticated nature. You rejected my quota of women in the army on the basis of a sophism you call the reason of merit. This gave me no other choice than to meet that reason, however fallible, and rise to its challenge. With the vast wealth still at my disposal from the days I was queen, I have founded a military academy that only women may attend. It will take time, but in due course their merits will become irrefutable, and they will slip into the ranks as officers of the realm. You may delay the inevitable, Commander, but you cannot stop it.
I expected more reaction from someone here to the absolute bloodbath that happened. The complete evisceration of my entire southern army. I got 4 blanks. All of it's event chatter, and the one time I'm looking for a general to tell me, holy fuck, Jesus, Moses, my God, by the 7, everyone's dead. The casualties of war just shot up 20,000. And I got nothing from the video game here. Just a complete inability for our event wheels to process actual in-game circumstances. And we have plenty of generals who give commentary about, you know, who just stand around like I can talk to them about, like, how do you feel that the world's going? The one time I'm really looking for them, none of them are here.
I will have my way, and no sexist pig like you is ever going to stop me.
Okay. Is this about the kidnapping?
Your latest conquest is giving me quite the headache, husband dear. You overrun realm after realm, not caring who has to vacate the local throne. Today it was a notorious elven dictator. So far so good, you might say, but the situation is more complicated than that.
I don't think you're going to have to worry about my latest conquest anymore.
During the confusion that arose when your armies marched in, a group of guerrillas kidnapped a bunch of bigwigs' wives and children. They demand the release of their leader, one who opposed the rule of the toppled dictator. Alas, this fellow is hardly a saint. His means of opposition included murder, bombings, arson, and other pleasantries. He's hated and feared by the populace almost as much as the downfallen despot. His followers threaten to kill their hostages unless he is pardoned and set free post-haste. But doing so would invalidate our rule of never negotiating with those who wreak terror.
I just don't care. Perhaps if I cared more about you characters, I would care about your binary choice, but you know what, game? You figure it out. You pick for me. Anyway. Sorry, I gotta look forward to maybe being scolded again by Catherine next turn. Something, sophistry, something, I am a cardboard cutout and pushing this to the heat death of the universe. All of these characters are unreliable. All right, anyway. So, perhaps these 10 fighters here were saved thanks to that one grenadier being in the way. I don't know. Perhaps not. Now that I've created a more intriguing, strategic board game state for myself, I can perhaps have more fun in this section since it looked like I crushed it. And I am puzzled that the Wakefield map wasn't larger. I really just didn't expect that. We've seen that island before, a clear straight shot. I just would have figured, given the size and the fact that it's a capital, we would have seen, a capital building, like we saw in the first chapter. Oh well, now I know. Just click undo there a couple times. Yeah, my choice was, you're lucky I'm a dragon and not a dog. You can have your women. Let's go. Or no. And I chose no. Anyway, everything is ruined as far as she's concerned. Which, you know what? Okay. All right, I did like those, the Devastators. I like their performance, and I like what I saw there. There was, of course, just so many units, the entrenchment bonus and everything. That was just, I could not choke point anything at all. It was really, really terrifying. Not terrifying, it's the incorrect word. It was overwhelming. Which, good. All right, let's prop up some units here. This, I feel pretty confident about. It doesn't look like yellow's gonna do shit at all. Just, sit there and garner entrenchment bonuses until the heat death of the universe. Yep. Oh God. Bless. You stay there. No, don't go through that region, you dumb son of a bitch. I'll route to this. Love of God. I'll do it. No. Yeah, I got this. No. I'ma do it. I'll get him good. No. All right. But you stay there. They've proven that they wanted to land invade that before. Got any cards for me to buy? Interesting, interesting, interesting. Some trooper buff cards. Lockdown of heroes. I got an achievement for buying a card. I'll buy a couple more cards. Let's get 3 more Devastators here. Maybe consider moving these airplanes. No, we'll see what happens. Now that, like, you know, my entire Southern Army got crushed attacking that capital. Let's see if this shit actually moves out. If, like, the bots in this game are capable of leveraging, taking advantage, or whether green's going to be locked in, like, serious turtle mode. I got an achievement. It looks like I may have played an effective card there to block a transport from moving. That effectively blocks an enemy unit from moving. Yes. Yay, achievement. So, 1 trooper moved in, took that. Understandable. That was easy. Nothing fucking else moved here. I'm still holding this region. That's a really bad sign. Like, the video game is not good at playing the video game. all the mistakes that I have made over the course of learning and then there for experimenting, like, I wanted to see what would happen, and those units are just welded to the capital, huh? Maybe there's just a hard coding there that just prevents them from ditching the capital. Much like Carfin stuff at the beginning. Much like the stuff that's happening over here. That's really disengaging for me as a player. If I can just, like, in 2 or 3 turns, come back to the same game state, just with far fewer units, and then proceed along the plan of waiting 10 turns before attacking. That's unfortunate. Alright, we're gonna take this fight. We got some money that we could hire someone, though, wages are apparently 23. Nah, we'll take this fight. Last time, of course, we got onto the battlefield, I briefly had some dragon time. Had I not overheated, had I made use of that Zeppelin, maybe I could have bought myself some more time, but that recruitment center was in abysmal health. And I don't have enough experience with these real-time strategy fights in this video game to... Like, that was my first time using some of those units. Also, I unpaused the video game even while in the menu again.
Death extend its grasp.
Big guy coming through.
We're in a situation where an autocast. A kingdom for an autocast.
I've got big guns and I cannot lie.
You sure do.
Who requested fireworks? Bombs ready to drop.
Who will break? Who will bend?
I'm not even going to bother building those buildings there.
Big guy coming through. I will drench their torn banner in blood.
Here come their hunters. They do have rocket pods to engage airborne units. We can deploy ground mines to...
You found me, did you?
perhaps...
Go on, give me a target.
Construction underway, Commander.
Every move is a step closer to victory.
We can do a lot of things.
As you will. Construction in progress. Bombs ready to drop.
Ah, shit. Alright.
Faster, faster! I want to go faster!
As you will.
Yep. Get those balloons back.
As you will.
Standing by, impatiently.
A second chance to
Get the balloons back after they did their bombardment, please.
Battle forge completed.
Always ask for the taking.
Whoop. Get over here.
Smoke and flame.
Get these ground mines deployed.
Big guy coming through.
Playtime is fun, but when does the killing begin?
Big guy coming through. I've got big guns, so I cannot lie. Always ask for the taking.
Thy will.
Wow, those shots, they went a ways, huh?
Every move is a step closer to victory, my lord.
Those troopers running straight into the mines. That is a short shockwave distance. Damn it, I did it again, deploying the mines.
I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
Alright. Let's speed this game up from here.
The world I return. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
Every move is a step closer to victory, my lord.
They have themselves a Zeppeli.
Reporting for duty.
That's okay.
Warlock ready for action. We need more recruits, Commander.
I do. You're right. Let's get some more recruits. Everyone.
In a straight line.
Trooper ready to launch.
Dragon.
Enemy warlocks rain down fire from the sky. Not as well as you can, but still.
The machinery is strong, but not that strong, Commander.
Some warlocks in their cloak position. And we'll have this battle knitted up. Careful with the overheating. All right. That takes this region from green. Kills a bunch of troopers that they had stationed over here. We lost some stuff. An armor unit, 2 imp fighters, bomber balloon. Killed 317 troopers, 7 grenadiers. General Catherine goes rogue, aims to feminize our forces, warns Yorick. We got some cards. Four shaman mercenaries, troopers, fire fast, more hit points. Now, those are cards I purchased. Uh-oh. Looks like we're locked. We have to have a chat with General Catherine first. She's gone rogue. The No, I was... Okay. I was like, wait a minute, why the fuck did this shit happen again? No, the save just ended up down there. Right. Right. Why did it end up down there? I don't know. This game is really about General Catherine, huh? We're not going to do anything more with Henry or Scarlet, or we're not going to do anything more with Edward? Okay. So, last time we blew off the Queen. Well, rather, we didn't blow off the Queen. I just said, we'll talk to you later. And then we didn't.
Your latest conquest is giving me quite...
Oh.
During... his followers will kill their hostages unless he is pardoned and set free.
It didn't actually do an auto choice. It just said, pause. Cool. All right. I guess I got that answer mechanically. Why I would go there. The counselors will auto pick, but I guess these things, they'll just stay in place. Until your strategy map tells you that you have to deal with something.
What's all this claptrap?
Right, you kids are just gonna talk about the court case.
Naught but a skirmish we fought today. But of course, when Maxos chooses a champion, the future loses what claim it has under unpredictability. Here is one, he said, who will restore the Empire. Everyone might as well have laid down their arms then and there. Would have spared us no end of trouble.
Great. Do you have anything new to say about Catherine?
I admire the zeal with which Catherine fights to secure women's rights. That she has been able to realize several of her goals.
I believe that's what he said the last time I asked Edward about her.
She's strong and doesn't take no for an answer. As such, I hold her in considerable esteem.
Okay.
A word, Commander, if you please. I have made an assessment of my time aboard the Raven, and you should hear it.
Larian Studios, you have really worked to give the player Catherine fatigue. At least you've worked to give this player Catherine fatigue in this playthrough.
You know my background. You know I used to be a queen in my own right, and that under my rule, women held sway. In a male-dominated world, I have tried to champion their rights, and on the whole, I have found in you an unexpected ally. My disposition may have sometimes betrayed my true appreciation, so I would like to thank you here and now for meeting my demands with dignity and conviction.
So, Catherine, I'm glad you're coming to me with this, but I gotta say, this is tonal whiplash from last turn.
Even if a man, I know you will make for a great emperor, and it shall be my honor to fight by your side until the day comes victory shall finally be ours.
I'm gonna pretend she didn't wink at me, and that she doesn't have the glint in her eyes that Falstaff has.
You remain true to your legacy. Gladly.
I have nothing to add. I got nothing. Okay, well, we took that pretty easily. I might not have had any notes, but I'm still tickled by what the hell just happened. Oh yeah, this is happening. I should maybe do something about that. I should probably do something about that. I guess I'll go do something about that. I guess I'll try to go do something about that. We'll see. Sure. That'll be good enough. Gonna let you kids stay there on those little islandy bits. Protect the tower! Some unstable days, but they had like a huge entrenchment bonus anyway. It was the capital. My entire army got fragged, and I did superficial damage, maybe. Probably more than superficial damage. You could say it was substantive, but much of their material remained in existence at the cost of this entire force that I had down here. I'm moving all 10. I'm moving all 10. Seems overkill. Let's put 2 fighters here. Let's put 2 fighters here. I know those transports are available. Let's see if Green will stumble a transport carrying goodies into my imp fighters. Obviously the transports can shoot at the imp fighters, but I think I might have it with what I got there. So I'm doing an invasion there to retake that. I don't need to build units here anymore. That's neat. I guess I could sit some stuff there, but I mean, and this is pretty disengaging for me as a player that like all these pieces are just sitting here and not doing anything. Like this was pretty easy to consume this much map, and me losing this entire southern army it's effectively just become a minor setback. Like, there's no title. I still have this. There is no excuse for why I still have this. There's just... That's bad design. Let's stay there. All right. And here... Cool. That still leaves me with plenty of money that I can use to recruit even more. should just recruit another one of those. Been done with it. Cool. All right, yeah. Economy machine just... Okie dokie. I guess I'll pick something here. Remind me what's happening here.
This conquest is giving me quite the headache.
I wasn't really paying attention last turn.
You overrun realm after realm, not caring who has to vacate the local throne. Today it was a notorious elven dictator. So far so good, you might say, but the situation is more complicated than that.
A normal playthrough, a person would reload after losing that much of an army? I disagree. Is this not a normal playthrough?
During the confusion that arose when your armies marched in, a group of guerrillas kidnapped a bunch of bigwigs' wives and children. They demand the release of their leader, one who opposed the rule of the toppled dictator.
Now, who says you're the one who gets to make the rules on what a normal playthrough constitutes?
Alas, this fellow is hardly a saint. His means of opposition included murder, bombings, arson, and other pleasantries. He's hated and feared by the populace almost as much as the downfallen despot. His followers threaten to kill their hostages unless he is pardoned and set free post-haste. But doing so would invalidate our rule of never negotiating with those who wreak terror.
Alright, it's a rule we shouldn't break, but neither should we abandon the hostages. I'd send in rangers. Go get them.
His hands are as bloody as his rivals, as are his deeds. We are of the same mind. Justice would be ill-served by his exemption. I'll brief a squadron of rangers myself so they may be sent in as quickly as possible. May the shadows favor them.
Alright. Oh, let's, anything else?
Mystifying creatures, those rangers. Elves, yes, but somehow they lack some of the most distinct elven qualities. Their desire to hunt and kill is uncanny, strong as that of demons.
Alright. I might have blacked out of the last bit that she said in that dialogue chain after I made my choice. These things happen. Yeah, I've rolled with the punches across this playthrough. From all of the ugly losses that I took out here, and learning the game mechanics, and intercepting, which I thought maybe was just like a naval thing, and appears to just be... anything. Like Gary Grigsby's, war in the whatever this is not. Nor is this a cool, like, World War II bombing fighter sort of, interceptor sort of assault thing. Where one grenadier can catch 10 imp fighters. Part of my brain power is admittedly still processing what the fuck has happened tonight. I am glad to have given this a dealer's choice, because this was not winning another viewer poll after last broadcast. But, I don't know if I'm seeing this playthrough to the completion of this video game. We'll put it like that. Okay, you recruited new stuff. Okay. I don't need to be here. We built up a bunch of luck and we have a bunch of popularity. I don't gotta be here. I don't think I should do shit. Goodbye. Done. Easy game. Why would I use generals? They even built me something. And that was a tavern? Great. I don't gotta be here either. Cool. They could have stopped me taking this easy. All they had to do was move any of the troops they've built up at the capital. And I don't mean the troops they just built there this turn, which seem to be permanently affixed to the Wakefield capital. Camilla, we're going in. Queen gambles with hostages' lives. The brutal clash of war and modern civilization reporters ongoing investigation on genocide. When I lost that Southern War, my casualties jumped up from like 36,000, maybe 37, 38, 39 to 50,000. I ordered my men to stay within spitting distance of the Emperor. We wonder why. Demotivational spell also seems to work on Imperial population. And Catherine has gained a level in Air Specialist, and we got a decreased revenue card. My queen has rewarded me with a decreased revenue card, and I got some more wild cards. Cool. Great. My primary reason for not wanting to continue to play this video game is because this tactical war game is uninteresting. I feel like I've solved it, and I haven't put a lot of work into solving this. How was I not punished for attacking with what I did? My science experiment, like, there was no crackback. Nothing. It was fucking nothing. And that's pretty rough. I gotta say, it's pretty rough. I just saved that as turn 40. You know what? Sure, turn 40. Whatever. It's my naming system. Can we go back to chatting with people in the bar now?
Another province conquered. Another land where your enlightened rule may flourish. Bravo, Commander.
How do you think the war's going?
You know as well as I do the end is in sight. Just a few more victories and we're there. Just don't dilly-dally, all right?
Fellow generals.
If you wish. Anyone
Edmund.
in particular? He's in a class of his own, there's no doubt about it. A brilliant mind.
Same
I have
things.
many friends and enemies that are dwarves or elves or imps, and never have I seen. If you
Yeah, how about
wish.
Henry? Has your
Anyone
opinion
in
changed on
particular?
Henry?
Henry finally seems
Yes.
to have grasped the importance of belonging to a company of generals rather than a set of completely independent individuals. I never would have thought he had the wits to come to such an insight.
Okay, there's been some change and reflection based on that.
You taught our enemy that. About whom, Commander?
Henry.
I always told Henry he's a self-absorbed, trust-shy, pig-headed, hard-head of a man, and finally, he seems to have taken notice. I do declare, he used the word teamwork in a sentence this afternoon. First time I practically fell off my chair being sober. About whom, Commander? I used to think she was arrogant and condescending, and I guess she was. But obviously I think highly of her cause. She has accomplished great things in a short time. Thanks to you, they say.
Yeah, okay.
What a victory! Which one do you have in mind? Her temper seems to have improved. Though that's like saying a tempest has dwindled into a storm. It's all very straightforward, though. She's a woman, and more often than not, she's had her way. Hence, a better mood, and I needn't incur a brand new insult each time our eyes meet.
What a splendid victory.
What do you have to say
Anyone in
about
specific?
Catherine now?
I admire the zeal with which
Okay.
Catherine...
Same. All right. Yeah, I've got all of the unit researches done. I have, like, more auras in shit to fiddle around with. Yeah, okay. Why don't we just grab these non-mastered skills? Sure. There we go. All the advanced skills are now mine. Huzzah.
Ah, Commander. Ready to hear about our
You
latest
gotta be
plan?
fucking kidding
It's
me.
called Operation Max.
You have to be fucking
For
kidding
we
me.
seek to create the ultimate factory in which productivity attains unseen heights. Now, what is the weak spot in our production plants? The body of workers, of course. They tire, they get bored, they make mistakes. Allow us to lobotomize them and change their physiques in just the right places, and they'll perform as well as machines do. Simple, clever, elegant. Now say yes.
I wonder how the game chooses who has their faction thing come up. Next. When multiple factions qualify. Assuming any of them have extra faction stuff to go through. I figure they would. The imps apparently have so much to say. So, Operation Mega Bomb was a bust. Operation Super Soldier didn't sell me. Now we have Operation Max Mill. Sounds like you are wanting to render it so that we can't have any more drones in our factories, man. The drone riots happening in my chat. Perfectly justified. Will you allow workers to be physically modified so as to increase production? That is very vigorous massaging of what Trinculo said. That is extremely... That is... That is malicious. That is mendacious. Yeah. Yeah, when you frame it like that and put it on the fucking ballot, sure.
Ah, Commander. Ready to hear about our latest plan? It's called Operation Maxmill. For we seek to create the ultimate factory in which productivity attains unseen heights. Now, what is the weak spot in our production plants? The body of workers, of course. They tire, they get bored, they make mistakes. Allow us to lobotomize them and change their physiques in just the right places, and they'll perform as well as machines do. Simple, clever, elegant. Now say yes.
All right, let's hear the council.
Seven curse these heathen imps. Just when I thought they could not possibly come up with yet another sordid scheme, they go and outdo themselves.
Trinculo seems to go quite insane with shocking regularity. Our laborers are to be cherished, treated with respect. Lobotomize them? Do that to the imps, and remove whatever part of the brain comes up with their zany designs.
I like to think Yorick was acting as like a wingman for support for Oberon.
Do workers tire? Yes. Do they get bored? Do they make mistakes? Of course. We dwarves will go to great lengths to increase productivity, Commander. But cutting away parts of the brain or readjusting the position of one's arms is just not on the menu. So let us not partake.
Falstaff's argument is once again, what the fuck? That goes too goddamn far even for me.
Laborers are tuned precisely so that they have the smarts for one particular function, but nothing else. Bodies altered to create symbiosis with machines. It's a brave new world we live in, Commander. Now please, give us the old one back.
Well, I said I wanted to see one of these tonight. I wanted to give one of you fuckers a thumbs up. Is this the least worst of them? Let's see, what have we had here? We've had referendum of republicanism, formation of unions, that wasn't this session. Tonight we've had, will you allow the imps to uproot an ancient burial place in the name of science? Will you enforce the use of green materials in industry? Will you allow the genetic modification of fetuses to create super soldiers? And now, will you allow workers to be physically modified so as to increase production? I have Chairman Shinji Yang in my head now. I am CEO Nwabudike Morgan in my head now. Resources exist to be consumed. And I have the fact that one of you was gonna get a yes tonight, I guess. And I guess since no one else had something to put in front of the council, like, the only one who pitched a thing tonight was Oberon. And I did think about it. I guess this one...
Bravo, Commander. Finally we see eye to eye. We will let our surgeons set to work and you'll have max mills in no time. On behalf of the Imps, I thank you for letting us realize at least one of our operations. You won't regret it.
Drone riots. No, nurse table. No. Punishment spear. Never a more appropriate time for that emote.
Oh, the desecration. How long before you will employ the same methods on us? How long till we've all been turned into scientifically altered yes-men?
How dare you treat honest workfolk as no more than oxen pulling the plow? Worse, even! For you take their mind and body, mold it into the desired cog, and put it back! The horror.
You spend so much time as a dragon, you seem to be losing part of your humanity, Commander. To take away one's free will and alter his body to benefit production is a terror unseen, and in its own way, the worst thing the Imps ever proposed. You shame your empire.
You are stripping countless men and women of their basic rights, Commander. You are a despot, and worse, a deranged one.
All right. So we've heard their very scathing notices of dissent. Yes, we must dissent. They gave them to me. Now I want to see, next turn, what the fuck are the consequences for these popularity sliders and their feelings. By the way, not saying no to super soldiers, we lost a little bit more of my research points, and that's all that changed. Yeah. Yeah. You're a fucking despot. You're terrible, atrocious. You're stripping away our free will. Minus 5% approval. Like, obviously, these folks are just representatives of, like, the population as a whole. Yeah, they're just representatives. Anyway. Here's the thing, Tangled String. From how this dialogue is pitched, Trinculo doesn't make this offer unless I turn down his other two. Like, Trinculo doesn't make the Super Soldiers offer unless I reject the Mega Bomb offer. It's like the game, like, says, like, do you want this? If yes, we proceed down this. If no, we go to somewhere else. At least how the game is presenting that to me. So I was looking to control the seas here to prevent these transports from moving around on me. I'm getting a little tired. I'm getting eepy. I believe that's the technical term. I'll do what I can, though. In the time we have left. Could you actually make it there? No. You cannot. Yeah. Hear me out here. Apotheosis, but to do it, we have to do some other wild thing that'll cause the drones to riot again. Drone riots. How the fuck do I still have this province, man? What the fuck? It's so bad that I still have that. What interesting cards could we maybe buy? Build a tavern for free for 5 gold? Yes, I will. Increase movement points of the unit stationed in the country by 1? That's interesting. Hunters have more hit points. Juggernauts cost less to recruit. In combat, armors deal 60% more damage. Interesting, interesting. We'll just collect more cards. Okay, yeah. Does the game state matter? Did these things matter? Am I just clicking intern to see more events at this point? I guess. What am I doing here? Stuff? Things? I guess? We're rebuilding this force. We'll see if anything happens, I guess. Yeah. Alright. I would like to do more troopers. The problem is that countries have production capacities which are equal to its gold income per turn. And so, like, building a bunch of troopers seems fun and all, but, like, I got a lot of gold, and I would want to have more factories, and those cost a lot of money. So, just have more infighters. You're weak against grenadiers and ironclads. You're strong against air units. Just have more infighters. Armor is weak against that. Troopers are weak against those. We'll solve our problems with more infighters. Now, they don't get in the way in body block, but we'll figure that out. Probably. I guess. Maybe. I don't know. What is figuring out? I mean, Devastators are weak against those, too. There we go. 4 more infighters. Have I not learned my lesson? Maybe I learned the different lessons. Alright, turn 40 end, we'll save this as. Turn 40 end. Well, thank Christ. You finally trained some units to take that back. I gotta show up for this one. What's the map look like? Map's got ground, and there's an assload of There's an assload of water? Yes. Yes. But how does that save them? I mean, obviously they're gonna be bombarding. We'll get 5 trooper mercenaries, please. And what the hell? We'll give them 4 shaman mercenaries too. I'm showing up. Let's go. Oh yeah, my skills. I heal units around me, and that's cool. I move pretty fast. I get lifesteal. I deal more damage with my attacks. I have a bunch of passive regen. I decrease the damage I take. It's a nice movement speed buff to get people quicker to where I want them to be. Thinking about, this Aura of Frailty and this Aura of Annihilation. I want to keep these 2 abilities. Those are pretty nice. Maybe I don't care about the heal thing. I really... Is the speed thing so important? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we don't keep the heal thing. Maybe we just go big. Go big, go blood. We save this. Alas, we can only have 8 skills. Active or passive. Take care, Yar. Enjoy your slumber.
I'm going. All right, all right. Never trust doctors or patients. The grave be their destiny.
What are your orders, my lord? Point me at something that can go boom. I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
If they're gonna ditch this stuff, now that is an anti-air turret. That is true.
I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
Everybody lies, even dying people.
Playtime is
Everybody lies, even dying people. Okay.
I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame. I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
We'll crush them one leg at a time. Where's 13?
I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
I will stand until my last breath. Anything for the Empire. Troopers awaiting your decision, sire.
I don't think this quick attack worked out quite the way I dreamed.
There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir.
Especially with the fucking anti-air turret right there.
Quickly. Standing by, impatiently.
Don't be pushy.
Standing by.
Oh yeah, I lost a lot.
Dies.
Construction in progress.
You know what? That's fair.
I'll leave a trail of smoke and flame.
Oh, I'm noticing that slower speed already, that's for sure. Fucking cloaked warlocks. This anti-air turret. Stop being a dragon for a moment, please.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will soon be ready. For glory and honor and wealth. Doctors in the house.
Warlock ready for action.
Yeah, I got a plan. Fuck that thing. What the hell happened back here? Oh shit. Naval invasion, that's what happened. I'm like, wait a minute. How the hell did that turn green? the army that I put here has just been so... You know, I won't say a Pyrrhic victory since I replaced my losses pretty easily, but we definitely took losses in retaking this island. Or rather, I never held this island, just straight up taking this island. And it's okay. I think that really demonstrates the power that the dragon can bring to the table again. Sure, we could have captured things like a different mix of units and their active abilities and so on and so forth. Hey, M-Fighter? Appreciate your commitment. Don't go in there and do that.
All right, all right.
In a straight line now, no mountain can stop us.
Yes, let's float.
The hell is that? I think that's them that's shooting. Oh, fuck my life. I actually... Just shooting those damn boats.
Bring me the spoils of war.
Lost their central gooey caramel center. Fine. Where are you going? I thought you wanted this fight. I could just walk the troopers over here to take this.
That's impossible, Commander.
Actually have to be close enough to my units to do that. I like how my aura exposes their cloaked units because they're affected by my ability. Maybe they're not cloaked, I just didn't see them there. Well, I'll very sloppily just do the rest of this work as dragon. I am noticing the slower movement speed, I will say.
Shows us the way. Construction underway, Commander. Construction in progress.
You rebuilt that, huh? Okie dokie.
Ground turret completed. It'll be built in a jiffy.
Clean this stuff out. Hello. Don't think so. You know, something I also thought we might see in the campaign, and maybe it would be something that's in the next chapter, is the game makes mention of fighting other dragons, and I suppose that's just a multiplayer-only thing. But something else I was interested in seeing when I attack the other capital is, you know, I know that we're billed as the only child of a dragon, you know, a half-dragon, but, you know, hey. A girl can dream, right? Wow, there's anti-air. That's not anti-air. Waste of time is what that is. Wasn't a threat at all. I might have my basic factory troops. Damn, I overheated. Roll in, team. No ships to distract me this time. Alright, slower speed aside, I mean, we do have a jetpack. We can cover for some stuff. Hooray! Yeah, we lost some of our imp fighters. But they burned through a number of mercenaries cards there. Workers to be mutilated and lobotomized. Imp madmen bewitch emperor. Empire prevails, death toll climbs. Emperor beaten his own game, invests in anti-fear spells. We can now build a tavern for free. Hooray! Your policies have the following consequences. Your populace's motivation has decreased by 20%. Unit building times have decreased by 20%. Alright, people understandably not so motivated. Popularity has been docked by 5% for the various factions. The motivation hit, though, that's pretty notable. That factors into the stuff that I do on the wargame board. Unit building times have decreased by 20%. I don't know what to do with that. What do you mean, unit building times have decreased? What is a building time? I don't understand building time. Like, what is building time? What do you mean? What is that? What is a building time? I know cost. I know cost. Cost is a thing that I'm aware of. I tell a war factory to make a unit. It makes that unit, and then I move it the following turn. Okay, well, I'm glad I saw one of these choices through, I guess. Let's see here. Can I find that modifier? It's not on this page. motivational overall. These are the generals. Oh. Duh. Yeah, of course, it's the real-time strategy section. Christ, I'm tired. That's so obvious. Okay, so super modified workers results in 20% quicker build times for units. Okay. Unilaterally. That is not something that's displayed over here on this right side, though. Okay. Yeah, that's Grimith. It's fucking obvious. Alright. We cleared out this island. We don't have anything to take it, but we cleared it off. Hooray me. You can move there. No. Don't do that. Yeah, popularity has adjusted 5% down for everyone but the imps, who just remained where they are. Motivation means that my entrenchment level of my countries has been decreased. That's what that impacts. Why don't you take this back? They seem to be so keen on not doing a fucking thing. I'm kind of torn on whether I wanna send the queen to Corvus. I'm thinking about it still. Maybe I'll decide as I make my moves here. Alright. I have a card to play. That's I get a tavern for free. I guess I should also play this card as well. Cool. What interesting cards you got for me? A parliament? Sure, why not? Yeah, revenue increase, spend 12 gold to make even more gold. Makes sense to me. Naval units can be produced at a 75% discount? Whew. Alright, sure. We'll hold on to that. That seems good. Get some more units there. Get some more units there. Can I play another card on top of the card I played? Do they stack? Oh. Okay, that seems okay. That seems fine. I guess I'm okay with that. I guess I don't have problems with that. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Right, we ostensibly have a turn of stuff to go through, huh? Give me more abilities. Charm, target area for healing. I'm more of a do things myself kind of guy. You know? Turn 41, start, I guess. What y'all got to say?
If you're bored by ever so dreary dramatics, Commander, I'd avoid Oberon for the time being. So those sneaky elf huntsmen stepped on a twig or something and got a couple of hostages killed. We knew from the start one or two would kick the bucket. The important thing is that all those rebels wear their innards inside out now, and the miscreants that would repeat their rigmarole will think twice before trying their luck.
Well then.
I must admit, you settled that lasting.
I have sent word of your decisions, Commander. With each new conquest you make, you win the hearts of more women in the realm.
Hooray!
I told you so, Commander. I told Camilla too, but no one would listen. She sent rangers to the rescue, yes, but they botched the operation. Women, children, slain with jagged knives, a necromancer's dream, sanity's nightmare. How could she, Commander? Damn that cold heart of hers. May guilt rend it like a chiselwood stone.
So, per our limited information, the rangers we sent to free the hostages and deal with the bastards who took them, may have botched some stealth checks, I guess? Unclear. Not every hostage made it back home safely, but the fuckers who kidnapped them seem to be dead. Back to the Blood Lizard Room.
The fates do not merely rain on my parade, they cast down hail and lightning. What was to have been a flawless rescue operation underwent a miserable metamorphosis and resulted in a bloodbath. The Seven be damned. More than half of the elven hostages were butchered before the last kidnapper was put down.
Okay, the provided text does change my understanding of the situation. Did we send Henry, Catherine, and Scarlet? Did they throw grenades into another undead kindergarten?
It's my fault, so rings the cry. You should have given in to their demands, thus chanced the crowd. Civil unrest's afoot. The masses are marching upon the capital, bent on mayhem. Do none of them have any regard for the procedures we followed, the laws we obeyed?
Civil unrest? Masses are marching upon the capital? My capital's on an island! What? Who controls the seas here? Not the masses. Put them in the punishment sphere. We just talked about this with Trunculo. So, you followed protocol even if it went awry. These protests need to be stopped in their tracks, and the populace shown it has no right to resort to violence. It is normal that anger abounds after a disaster such as this. Perhaps a symbolic act is needed. Perhaps the one they hold responsible should step down. Let's discuss this later. One? I guess?
My thoughts exactly. The guard will be readied and words of warning spread. Let those who defy the law be cut down by the sword of justice.
That's... I feel like every word I speak is taken to 160% by these cardboard cutouts. All of my options just, like, turbo blast. Just...
Let it come, the indignant crowd with torches and pitchforks raised. Let it come and collide as futilely with the law as waves crash upon cliffs, scorned and unheeded.
So I talked about this earlier in this playthrough, but as our time together draws to a close, I reflect on the dissonance I experience with this game, the whiplash. Do you want to be taken seriously? Are you a sartorial work? Are you looking to like engender like feelings from the player? Are you looking to elicit like responses from the player? And if so, like what is it that are you looking for a specific style of response? I'm gonna ramble a bit due to me being tired, but I have talked about it before. Is this a funny game? Is this a real game? None of the characters I've encountered feel real to me in the sense that I am invested in any of them, given that they are all hyperbole in their own ways, and given how the affection sliders are working, our toggles and switches, I'm getting mixed signals at times from the characters. The options I have are funny haha. They're cavalier. You'll have a jolly good time. You know, with option 1 or option 2 or just option 3, walk away from the situation. It's just a hot mess. This political intrigue, these interactions. So we've got the political machinations aspect of the game, which in most circumstances you can just ignore and it's gonna happen, with impacts for your empire decisions that will impact your war game and your real-time strategy game. So that's disengaging, at times incredibly humorous, but not in a way that endears me toward the game. It would say this is a hallmark of a quality video game. I just wanted to make you feel. I don't think you wanted me to feel what I'm feeling. We come to this war game, which seemed neat, and it has some merits to it. Until playing out what I played out tonight, where, like, I was like, okay, maybe the bots are just passive. You know, I'll keep my forces here. All right, maybe they're being really passive. Let me just actively block the way. Okay, let me throw down at Wakefield and see what happens if I lose my entire army, or somehow pull some shenanigans and win that. I lost my entire army. They're welded to the spot. Is there any time pressure? I talked about this with the end of the first chapter. Is there any incentive for me to go fast? Do I just take my sweet time? Is it score-based? I have no unit maintenance or upkeep. I guess eventually my places could run out of population for recruiting units. I guess that's a thing that could happen. These fuckers could entrench so hard it could be unfeasible for me to take their stuff. So there's that. And the real-time strategy, there seems like there could be some fun in it. You have active abilities with a varying of units, with like counters and toggles and what have you. You don't always have the opportunity to turn into a dragon. There are limited, like, you can only focus on one battle as your character, like every turn. But without like autocasts for the abilities, I will say there is some difficulty in that. It is nothing new for a real-time strategy game to have those. I'll give you an example. Warcraft 3, older than Divinity Dragon Commander. It has hero focus in it, where you want to like focus on like controlling heroes because of how powerful heroes are in that game. You have a slew of other units though with a variety of different powers, and like some of them you can set to like you handle cast this, you pick a fucking target. If I'm distracted or trying to micro something else, I don't have a strong grasp of the micro in this game. And of course that's just due to like how I've been doing this playthrough, right? It's been 3 weeks since the last time I played this game. It also is just a matter of I'm not spending a lot of time in the real-time strategy maps while playing this game. So I'm not having to... Like, if you gave me, like, a dedicated real-time strategy game, I'll give you an example. Say, diplomacy is not an option. Like, you gotta sit down and learn those fucking mechanics of the video game. You know, we're not taking a break so much for political machinations, because, of course, diplomacy is not an option. Except when it is, but it's not. It's definitely not. It's 100% not. Was I gonna do... Right, there's a transport I moved over there. I'm fading. The energy is going. I'm gonna cycle one more turn. I think I'm gonna leave Corvus sad inside the airship. And those of you who wanted to see a blood doll and the consequences thereof, I don't think I'm enabling that. Of course, you know, diplomacy is not an option, is a newer game. I was just using it as an example of a real-time strategy game where it blew up my cool card buying thing. Fucking closing time. Damn, that's fucked up. My Emporium. Oh. They do have a war factory here, huh? I kind of just... I fought so hard to take this. Well, anyway. My Emporium! Closing time. Destroy an Emporium. It's specifically a Destroy an Emporium card. What specific card? Fuck that building in particular card. Understood. That seems reasonable. Okay. Done. I'm just gonna click retreat on this one, boss. I haven't done that before. We escape with one of the fighters. The other one gets shot down. Attrition. Or something. I don't know. I can't explain it. That's my first time clicking retreat from one of these battles, so you know, I wanted to see how that looked. So as someone who has read through the manual of this video game, and as someone who has experienced a scattered amount of this video game this year, I'd say, yeah, it's been 29 hours. We'll call it 28. Pad in some time for, you know, leaving the game running, pre-stream, so on and so forth, post-streams, you know, decompressing. 62762 casualties. I think that's enough time to, you know, get a fair grasp of what's going on, and this isn't my first ever experience with Divinity Dragon Commander. I talked before at the first playthrough. And hell, my explain text, I presume... Yeah. Divinity Dragon Commander is a 2013 creation of Larian Studios. You've probably heard of them. This game is a fusion of political simulator, board war game, real-time strategy and battles, and turning into a fucking dragon. Larian was in debt during development and cut money from this to fund Original Sin. I don't think that was a bad choice, considering what Original Sin turned out to be, and how that continued to fund Larian's work. Yeah, Larian, Original Sin, solid, strong game. Divinity Dragon Commander is just a diaspora of scattered ideas, like cobbled together, disjointed. Like, it is a genre bender, and I'm intrigued by that. But these pieces are not well fitted. Like, you're playing this game for the experience it can provide, since, like, if you're looking for a war game, or if you're looking for a real-time strategy game, or if you're looking for a political simulator, you can go specifically to games that cover one of those genres, or even two of those genres. Like, to sign up to this means that you're really signing up for the overall experience. And if either of those components fail, if our tripod of doom fails, right? The death tripod that will slay all the foes. If the political simulator fails for you, or if the board war game fails for you, or if the real-time strategy element fails for you, like, the other components are not good enough to carry the rest of the game. And, like, I think that's true. Political simulator? Shallow. The board war game? Shallow. Real-time strategy? It's got some crunch into it, but then you turn into a fucking dragon, and maybe it's shallow, but maybe also you're a fucking dragon, and that's pretty cool. But I can play action video games, and I can play real-time strategy games that are pretty intense and have more in-depth there, too. This game is neat as its idea combination, but, like, it is not a good video game. It is an interesting video game in its not ungoodness, but this is not a good video game. But of course, you know, Daggerfall is my favorite computer role-playing game, but it's definitely not a good video game. I've discussed my opinion about Daggerfall exhaustively, and I will not rehash it here. Camilla the Cruel unleashes hell on protesters, scores wounded and arrested. We got these cards that we bought and some other things. Let's see what's going on here at turn 42. I feel good enough about this playthrough to conclude it here, and also to, like, shift these videos over to my YouTube channel. As is the case with Rogue State Revolution, this ends up being like, here is a taste of this video game. Here is, like, the exploration of my thoughts and why I feel this video game should not have a completed playthrough. But also here is, like, a look of this game in 2025, and also comparing this to older examples than 2013.
If you've been talking to Oberon, Commander, know he is grossly overacting, in my humble opinion. In a remote town, far away from proper civilization, perhaps it is true tensions between undead and elves could manifest in some sort of temporary violence, but mass killings? By the Seven, no. That I cannot believe.
Commander, I have formally accused the undead in the city of Harrow Ridge of genocide and brought the matter before the council. The situation there is frightful. Fanatics among the undead, are there any other, have been purging the unclean, that is to say, the elven community. There have been patrols in the night, empty houses in the morning, and loose earth in ditches near the edges of the city. Scandalous, as is the negligence shown by General Edmund. He was given the task of regulating the town according to your laws. But of course, he's not lifted a finger to stop this secretive slaughter because of his well-known contempt for the elves.
I'm just not invested in this political simulator. Like, if this were like, I don't know, a sort the court style of situation where we were at peace and people were coming to me, or I don't know, like a reign, I guess, and I'm making binary choices on everything while I'm at peace, I would feel more invested than that and have been more invested in those types of things than where I currently am at in this video game. It's moments like these where it's like the game is trying to go for a shock jock, like mindset, or like shock jock approach to things. Like I'm trying to like jazz hands and throw glitter dust at your face to elicit something from you. I'm just like, if I'm apathetic towards the video game, though, then it doesn't get much of anything from me other than well, that's wild, I guess. They designed that and put that in a video game. Okay. No, come on. I'm gonna leave Corvus sad and alone.
I have sent word of your decisions, Commander.
We gave them a good licking,
Perhaps they can give you incentive to play on your own.
To be in the thick of battle, with you calling the shots.
I have employed none of you this session. I have barely utilized you all over the course of this campaign. I might have used each of you once? Maybe Edmund more than once? I don't remember. You cost money, and my battles tend to be either I should be there, or the Imperial Army can handle it without you.
If there is one favor you can do for me, Commander, it's to invite Oberon up on one of the observation decks, give him a nudge, and let gravity prove elves can indeed not fly. Then at least he can pester me no more with his aggravating accusations of professional misconduct.
Oh yes, Desi. More on that in a bit.
He's been prattling on and on about some tiff between some of his sorry sort and a couple of undead as hot-headed as they are airheaded. He even talks of genocide, if you can believe it. Melodramatic little man, isn't he? All of this is supposed to be happening in some rural hamlet newly conquered. No more than a collection of pigsties and whorehouses, I imagine, and I bet you can hardly tell the difference. Yes, I was officially given the responsibility to oversee matters there, but some local undead officer said he'd do the job, and I was all the more glad for it. As you can see, Oberon missed the mark once more. I can hardly be charged for misconduct when I haven't even conducted anything, now can I, Commander?
I'm sorry, I must be too tired. I actually need you to say all of this to me. Again.
If there is one favor you can do for me, Commander, it's to invite Oberon up on one of the observation decks, give him a nudge, and let gravity prove elves can indeed not fly. Then at least he can pester me no more with his aggravating accusations of professional misconduct.
Okay, those two sentences are your opener. You are aggrieved at Oberon being aggrieved.
He's been prattling on and on about some tiff between some of his sorry sort and a couple of undead as hot-headed as they are airheaded. He even talks of genocide, if you can believe it. Melodramatic little man, isn't he?
Oberon is furious over problems possibly involving genocide, involving elves and undead.
All of this is supposed to be happening in some rural hamlet newly conquered. No more than a collection of pigsties and whorehouses, I imagine, and I bet you can hardly tell the difference. Yes, I was officially given the responsibility to oversee matters there, but some local undead officer said he'd do the job, and I was all the more glad for it.
The hamlet in question was in recently conquered territory. Irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, per Edmund's ruling. Edmund was officially tasked by our logistics, possibly me, to oversee matters there, as I have turned my commanders into logisticians and inquisitors. And Edmund really didn't want to waste his time with that, so when someone volunteered to take the matter off his hands, he said, "You got it, boss."
As you can see, Oberon missed the mark once more. I can hardly be charged for misconduct when I haven't even conducted anything, now can I, Commander?
No, this seems like negligence on your part.
Hop to it. You have before you the greatest general in Rivellon, and you're ordering him to waste his time on a bunch of peasants that are having trouble playing nice. Very well, Commander. Perhaps later I can attend to more of this urgent business. I'm sure there's loads of kittens stuck in trees and toddlers in want of their teddies.
I got an achievement for that hop to it. This is a situation where the game's filled with a lot of idioms and pithy statements and phrases that don't belong in their time, but in our time. I'm not just going to say, like, anachronisms, just any attempt for me to suspend my disbelief and try immersion within, like, the storytelling engine of the political simulator, I'm just jarred out of it incessantly. Anyway, that happened. I'm going to say no to cycling another turn. We got gobs of money, got plenty of research points. This game state appears to be, I just idle, I build up a bunch of troops, I take their capitals. Maybe game state changes if I take one capital. Based on what I've seen thus far, I doubt it. We take these 3, we go on to some other chapter, the contents of which I am unaware. Maybe they involve Maxos. Perhaps they involve consequences with Corvus. Does the ending of the game change based on the decisions you make? Based on the design of the game thus far, I'd kind of have to say I would doubt it. Divinity Dragon Commander. I wouldn't call this game overambitious. I'd say this was a collection of jumbled ideas that faltered in the face of Larian having limited resources and deciding in their debt to pour more time and focus into Original Sin, which we see how that game turns out. Pretty quality. And how that saved Larian. But even then, Original Sin had to be partially kickstarted. Like crowdsource funding. You know, my understanding is that Larian Studios itself, like the attitude of the game is like, could have been better. It's not a glowing review. It gives me a bit of Sid Meier's feelings from Covert Action, where Sid Meier doesn't have a glowing review of Covert Action, seeing it to be like a disjointed, like, hot mess of mini games. This is a disjointed mess. There's interesting stuff in here, but then you have, like, what Yorick does there. You know, it's hard for me to think that they wanted the player to take this game seriously. As we just do this shit, and then, like, cavalierly go through all of the political stuff that happens, that the characters, like, pitch to you. Yeah. So I'll put a pin in that. I'm almost certain I'm not coming back to Divinity Dragon Commander. We did this courtesy of my dealer's choice. I wanted to play this game through more to, you know, get a better sense of it. I was not done with the video game, even though the viewers who had previously voted for this, many of them were. And, like, my opinion here, firmly locked in. It's understandable why I was hesitant about dipping into the game so many years back when this came out. It's demonstrated, it showed its ass a number of times. Not just with our bugs and glitches, not just with our unfun design, but you can just get better experiences in other video games, older and newer than this. For its time, I believe it was outclassed, and certainly now, it is outclassed. Pick a tone. You want to do funsies? We can do funsies. You want to do series with some comic relief? We can have that too. If you want to do fucking dark and wretched, we can do that as well. Pick a fucking tone. I think Larian has shown that with their other work. As someone who firmly enjoys Baldur's Gate 3, that game definitely picks a fucking tone, and there's time for funsies along the way.